of years before still apply to what we're experiencing as a city, a state, and as a country, and as a world today. I'm going to start out with FDR. In these days of difficulty, we Americans everywhere must and shall choose the path of social justice, the path of faith, the path of hope, and the path of love towards our fellow men. And from Abraham Lincoln, America will never be destroyed from the outside. If we falter and lose our freedoms, it will be because we destroyed ourselves. And then Martin Luther King, darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot, only love can do that. And from John Kennedy, let us not seek the Republican answer or the Democrat, but the right answer. Let us not seek to fix the blame for the past. Let us accept our own responsibility for the future. From Pericles, what you leave behind is not what is engraved in stone monuments, but is woven into the lives of others. And I'd like all of us to just, in the coming weeks, months and years, try to think back on some of this sometimes when adversity really seems to be hitting us right in the face. And think about what these other people have gone through before us and the wise words they have for us to try and maintain our decency towards each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder, for sharing those wise words. On to approval of the minutes.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion's been made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Dorf to approve the minutes of the December 15, 2020. Any corrections? Seeing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The minutes are adopted. Approval of the agenda.
Motion
Move to approve.
Motion made by Alder Dorf, seconded by Alder Scannell. Any changes? Seeing no requests, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The agenda before you has been approved. Report by the mayor. I'll keep this brief because we have an extended agenda here this evening, but I'm sure we all enjoyed a nice Packers victory this past week. Looking forward to another one in the NFC Championship game on Sunday. I don't know about the rest of you, but it certainly lifts my spirits when the Packers are doing well and in the playoffs and looking to be Super Bowl bound. The future holds for us and for the team. On the agenda before you tonight, just some comments about appointments. We have really some historic appointments because I think 5 individuals are being Civil Rights Commission. So looking forward, hopefully, to have the approval of our council on the appointment of those citizens this evening. And then, of course, we do have a couple of city official appointments here. One for our new city clerk, and another for our Community and Economic Development Director. On the Community and Economic Development Director, Neil comes to us from Sun Prairie. Really looking forward to bring him on board. I think Cheryl Rainier-Wigg is probably the most excited person in the city because she's been doing double duty for quite some time for us. But it's not just Cheryl. A lot of folks have picked up the slack within our Community and Economic Development Department. So want to extend a lot of thanks to that whole team. And speaking of the team, I think Neil has mentioned this on a number that's really what sold him on this position was recognizing the group of great individuals that we have within our Community and Economic Development Department and the bright future that we have as a city. So looking forward to his successful confirmation tonight. Also looking forward to Celestine Jeffries' confirmation, somebody that you know very well as the mayor's chief of staff, not just mine, but of course, Mayor Jim Schmitz as well. As I said in some comments to the press, what I'm really looking forward to out of her is this philosophy that I think we all should share, which is to put our voters and our residents and our business owners kind of at the center of our universe here, demonstrating a real commitment to service excellence within the walls of our organization here in the city of Green Bay. And I'm very confident that she shares that philosophy that many of us do, and also has the abilities to really modernize the office and bring it into the 21st century. So with that, that concludes my report, and we will move along into announcements. Alder Johnson, go ahead.
Just one brief one. Old Norwood Neighborhood Association, they are hosting a green and gold promotion, encouraging neighbors to, put out those green and gold decorations. They are actually doing this not only for the neighborhood, but they have a first and second place. First place will go to someone who lives in the neighborhood, and the second prize will go to a non-neighborhood. So if you have a property that's decked out in green and gold, please send that over to the Old Norwood Neighborhood Association. We'd love to see your pack of pride.
That's excellent. Thanks, Alder. Any other?
Just a question for the Alder? For the last announcement?
Yes, Alder.
Green and gold trash bins?
Go ahead. You don't have to answer that, Alder.
Yeah, I'm going to ignore it. Thank you.
Any other announcements? Okay, seeing none, we will move into recognitions and awards. We have a brief presentation offered by Chief Andrew Smith, of our Green Bay Police Department, to recognize the persistent and courageous work of the department's civilian employees, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. Chief Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. And thank you, Alders, for recognizing the work that was being done throughout this past year by some of the people that are really essential for the police department to function. We know that we got to have cops out on the streets. We know we got to have cars out there and cops in those cars. But in this particular case, there's some things behind the scenes that people don't know that we need. Many of our workers can work remote, and we were able to facilitate that. Some places are just so critical that we can't. And some of those are some records positions where people actually had to be there all the time, and the women that work our front desk. And today we're recognizing 8 of them who came in just about every day throughout the pandemic and did their job voluntarily because they knew it needed to get done. And I know some of them are on the watching right now, so let me just quickly read off their names. Jane Clark, Jen Swisher, Carla Hoffman, Diane Perry, Jamie Wozniak, Haley Pankratz, and Kelly Howard. And they really did a great job for us, and they were really helped keep our department open, kept the front desk open so we could provide the kind of service that people need, and made sure that all our records requests and our filing and all the court papers got handled in a timely manner. So the resolution I have was signed by the mayor, myself, of course, Alder President Burnett, and also the city clerk. So I just want to take a second to recognize them. Thank you all for indulging us with this, but we couldn't have been able to get through this pandemic without them.
Thank you, Chief. Would certainly echo your thanks. Really appreciate all the work done by our civilian employees and sworn officers, of course, as well, but especially those that you've recognized tonight. So thank you for that, Chief. Now we will move into appointments. I would entertain a motion on the new appointments, excluding the city officials.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion has been made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Dorf. Any comments on the new appointments? Alder Lefebvre.
Yes, Mayor, I want to thank Christina Ortiz. She's in my district, and she's also in my neighborhood association. So I want to congratulate her for this appointment. Thank you.
Very good. Thanks, Alder. Any other comments? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and those appointments are made. On to Director of Community and Economic Development, Neil Steck-Schultze.
Move to approve.
Motion made by Alder Dorf, seconded by Alder Scannell. Any discussion here?
If I can make a motion to go into closed session, please.
On this appointment?
No, after this appointment.
Okay, we'll dispense
I
with.
didn't know if we were taking them together. That's fine.
Yep, we're not taking them together. We're taking the appointment of Mr. Schultze. We're not taking them together. The appointment of Mr. Schultze. Any additional comments? Seeing none, all in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and Mr. Schultze has been appointed.
Welcome
Thank you,
aboard.
Council. Thank you very much, everybody. I'm looking forward to getting started.
Neil, do you have any comments for the group other than thanks?
Knowing you have a long agenda, I will be very brief. I do want to echo the mayor's comments about just the interactions I've had with staff so far. Certainly under Cheryl's leadership, in addition to Paul, and I've sat through a couple of Plan Commission meetings and an RDA meeting, and really am impressed with the staff team that is here. I'm excited about joining that group here, and obviously, you can see behind me. I'm going to bring a little bit of Green Bay up with me. I hope when the time comes and we can get into City Hall and get back to some degree of normalcy. But really looking forward to hitting the ground running on February 1st. So I thank you for your vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking forward to you joining us as well in early February. Okay, on to the appointment of the city clerk, Alder Brunette.
Motion to go into closed session, please.
Motion has been made to go into closed session by Alder Brunette, seconded by Alder Stevens, I believe. Alder Brunette, you want to read the language?
Sure. Common Council, oh shoot. One moment. The Common Council may convene in closed session pursuant to I don't know the legal terms to use, but 19.851C Wisconsin statutes for the purpose of considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee. The Common Council may thereafter reconvene in open session pursuant to 19.852 Wisconsin statutes to report any actions taken during closed session and to consider all other matters on the agenda.
All right, we will use the board.
I'll be speaking verbally aye to go into closed session.
Thanks, Alder.
Did it come up yet?
Yeah, mine did.
Mine didn't.
Mine didn't.
Alder Story and Alder Scannell, you're the only two I'm waiting for. Would you like to vote?
It didn't come up, so I'll vote aye.
Aye. Both of them.
And that motion succeeds 11-1. We are moving into closed and
Mayor, we are recording.
All right.
Assistant Director Manley, can you make sure you admit the City of Green Bay laptop before everyone starts talking?
Yes, I admitted all, so it should be back in.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so we are good to go. Entertain a motion to return to open session.
So moved.
Motion made by Alder Dorf,
Second.
seconded by Alder Vanderleest. All in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are back in open session. There has been a motion and a second to approve the appointment of Celestine Jeffries as city clerk. I do see some hands raised here, so I would entertain a motion to open
Motion
the
to
floor.
open the floor.
Second.
Motion made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stevens to open the floor. All in favor will signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes is open.
There you go. They're not voting on it until after they hear. They did not vote on it.
Okay, I didn't hear that part.
Okay, Assistant Director Manley, I'll go ahead. So first we have Casey Hicks. Then we have Rashad from Greater Green Bay Community Foundation, Denise Gomer Hutchinson. So Mr. Hicks, please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the council.
Hello, my name is Casey Hicks. I live at 1332 Angels Path, apartment 28, De Pere, Wisconsin, zip code 54115. I am speaking on behalf of Wisconsin conservation voters. I'm the Northeast here in Green Bay. Thank you all for letting me speak before you briefly tonight. And I'm going to try to keep it brief because I sent my testimony in favor of confirming Celestine Jeffries as the next municipal clerk to all of you already, but in case you hadn't read it, I wanted to make sure that I went through it. So if you haven't heard of Wisconsin Conservation Voters, we're a nonpartisan nonprofit organization. We have offices throughout the state, including here in Green Bay, Eau Claire, Madison, and Milwaukee. And our mission is to protect Wisconsin's environments, to maintain and create healthy communities. And that means creating a healthy environment means making sure that we have a healthy democracy, which is why we're urging all the alders tonight to vote in favor of confirming Celestine Jeffries. This is the next clerk. And I just had to extend a thank you, first of all, to the city of Green Bay and to city officials for this past election. Despite the immense logistical challenges that you all faced because of COVID-19, the city still managed to rise above those challenges and actually expand voter access, which is something that I think is really noteworthy. And so one of the many dedicated public servants that was responsible for that expansion was Celestine Jeffries. And her strengths really do lie in her extensive knowledge of the inner workings of the city, her passion for equity in our community, and the trust that members of our community hold and are due to her years of public service, both as a chief of staff for 2 mayors, a former city alder, and Bay Area Public School District's Board of Education. And recently, too, Wisconsin Conservation Voters released a list of recommendations publicly for the city to undertake to expand voter access for the upcoming 2022 spring and fall elections. And that list included a number of things, but most notably creating alternative in-person absentee polling locations aside from City Hall and expanding weekday and weekend hours, installing at least 7 secure absentee ballot drop boxes throughout the city, continuing to provide multilingual election information to voters whose first language is not English, continuing to hire limited term employees, otherwise known as the voter navigators, to assist voters in registering to vote, and providing other needed information to help citizens cast their vote, and developing relationships further with public, private, nonprofit entities to promote voter registration, recruit poll workers, and provide for essential election infrastructure such as polling locations. And finally, ensuring that all elections are inclusive and accessible to voters of all abilities by ensuring ADA accessible polling locations, addressing disability rights and accommodations in election worker and poll worker trainings, and disseminating information for accessibility, such as information about curbside voting. So all in all, Celestine Jeffries has played a very large leading role in the city for several years as chief of staff. As I mentioned, her resume before that. And 2020 really required an all hands on deck approach to ensure that the November 3rd election was going to be run smoothly, which it was. And Celestine played a large part in that.
Sorry, Mr. Hicks. Yeah, I couldn't put the timer on. So unfortunately, your time has come to a close.
All right. Well, we just urge all of you to support Celestine's confirmation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks. Next, we have Rashad Cobb from the so Mr. Cobb, please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the committee. And what I'm going to do is, because I have another panel open on my computer, I'm just going to set the timer on my phone, and you'll hear it when when your 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate everyone letting me speak today. My name is Rashad J. Cobb. I live at 1288 Hannah Street, and I'm also here in support and full support of Celestine Jeffries. And she was recommended for the position here. When I read through the role be performed. The words that really stick out to me at the end are to customers. I'm not native to this community, but ever since I've been here since June 10th of 2005, one individual who has always demonstrated a willingness and an ability and a heart for putting people first and being people-centered in this community has been Celestine Jeffries. I think that role requires that, whether it be in some of the positions that were mentioned by the mayor previously or the gentleman who spoke before me. I think Celestine has continued to always show up and be a person that you can count on to follow the rules that are in place and do what needs to be done. And I think that's the most important thing. And so I just wanted to show up and be present today to support her. And I think nominating her and having her confirmed is also all residents of all varieties.
Thank you, Mr. Cobb. Next, we have Denise Gomer Hutchinson. Mrs. Hutchinson, please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the council.
Hi, I'm Denise Gomer Hutchison, 3184 Hermans Road, New Franken, Wisconsin, 54229. I'm Denise Gomer Hutchison, and I'm here tonight to speak as a poll worker for numerous elections, which have all been a good experience, but I really want to focus on this November's election. I was able to work at early absentee voting at City Hall, the drive-up voting on the Saturday before the election, and on election day at the Sears Building and at Central Count. All of those locations had people carefully monitoring the process and those engaged in voting. Being involved in the voting process has been a way of life for me. The opportunity to watch the entire process this last election and how well it was run was a really amazing experience. Watching people come into City Hall to request absentee ballots, to vote early, and the ease of the drive-up voting was great. I saw first-time voters in their 90s who hadn't missed an election and were worried about missing this election because of COVID, and all of the other voters in between. Voting was quick, easy, transparent, and the services were provided with care, kindness, and attention to people's needs, even during a pandemic. Plus, there were watchers making sure everything was run correctly. Many of the new services were championed by Celestine and the great team at City Hall. Celestine was there on site to help all of us meet the needs of our voters. There were numerous checks and balances throughout the entire process, and they were followed by the election teams. It is an honor to be a poll worker and watch democracy in action. Working with Celestine in her new role as city clerk will be a pleasure. She will provide city government and the citizens of Green Bay with great leadership in the clerk's position as we continue to have transparent and ethical elections serving all of the citizens of Green Bay. And thank you all for all of your services and for helping to make this last election a really wonderful experience for everyone involved.
Thank you, Mrs. Hutchison. Next, we have Susan Smith. Ms. Smith, please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the council.
Great. My name is Susan Smith, and I am at Whittier Court, Green Bay, Wisconsin, 54311. I also am here to speak in favor of appointing Chief of Staff Jeffries as city clerk. She is a consummate professional. She has seamlessly worked with the two distinctively different mayors and multiple community organizations as a public servant for Green Bay as long as I've lived here since 2016. I'm here tonight because I had the privilege of working with Chief of Staff Jeffries on the ad hoc committee on elections this summer and fall. As a reminder, this nonpartisan committee was formed to make sure that the August and the November 2020 elections ran smoothly. These elections did run smoothly in no small part because of Chief of Staff Jeffries' leadership and professionalism. I served as chair of that committee, the ad hoc committee, and she was always a gentle reminder about times and dates that we needed to submit the agendas in order to meet legal requirements for open and public meetings. She was instrumental in anticipating a greater need for transparency at Central Count for the November 2020 election and made sure it was moved to a larger venue in order to facilitate more election observers from both sides from all sides, and the entire event was live streamed for the first time in the city's history at her direction. Meanwhile, she was a chief election inspector at UWGB, as mentioned earlier by another participant. She coordinated applying for and allocating grant money, organizing volunteers, obtaining PPE for hundreds of volunteers and city employees for both elections, August and November. She easily coordinated and multitasked on myriad issues and to-do items with respect to the long list of items that our committee worked on over the summer to make sure that they were implemented prior to both elections. The process of running an election is of interest to no one until it is interesting to everyone. And it is important to have someone in the city clerk's office who is calm under pressure, unflappable, and a committed public servant. Ms. Jeffries is eminently qualified for this position, and Green Bay is lucky to have her, and I recommend her for this position. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Next, we have Don Meldy. Mr. Meldy, please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the council.
Don Meldy, 641 North Huron, De Pere, Wisconsin. Yeah, this is basically echoing the same thing everybody else said, so I'll keep it brief. I've known Celestine for a few years. We worked on a lot of different projects together, both with the current mayor in office and the former mayor of Green Bay. And our conversation has always been very fluid. We got along great. We accomplished a lot together, and she was just awesome to work with. I recommend her for this or any position she would want because she's going to excel whatever she does. And I just want to say thanks for serving us as the chief of staff, and look forward to you getting confirmed in your new position. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meldy. Ms. Goska, please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the council.
I am Charlotte Goska. My address is 6661 South Chase Road, Sobieski, 54171. I'm speaking in support of Celestine Jeffries' appointment to the city clerk position. I had the pleasure of working with Ms. Jeffries during the early in-person absentee voting hours that Green Bay provided this November. It was a very well-run operation. I also am co-leader of COVO, the Coalition of Voting Organizations of Brown County, Wisconsin, which is a volunteer, nonpartisan organization that participates in voter registration drives throughout Brown County. And in the course of that work, I have interacted with many municipal clerks in our area. And Green Bay is just really lucky to have Celestine Jeffries on board with the past election, with the role that she played then, and going forward as city clerk will be a wonderful thing for the city. What I witnessed in November during the early in-person absentee voting hours was a faithful execution of Wisconsin election laws. All voters were required to provide a photo ID. They had to be registered to vote. They had to provide a proof of residence document in order to register. Everything was carried out according to the law. But I also saw great respect for the voters and great customer service. So if we had people that weren't in the right place, for example, we had people coming from outside areas thinking that they could vote at City Hall and they had to be turned away. Everybody was given great customer service and told where they needed to go and what they needed to bring. And I think that was due to the leadership of Celestine Jeffries and the mayor's office and the entire staff at City Hall. You really should be proud of the way the election was run this past November and really consider yourselves lucky that you have these people in Green Bay. Like I said, there were people from outside the area that lived in Howard or Ashwaubenon that were really envious of the early voting hours and the Saturdays and the evening voting and the drive-through voting especially. I heard so many positive comments from voters and really nothing negative. And as other people have mentioned, there were poll watchers from both parties and really there were no complaints. Everybody had a positive experience. So yeah, I think Celestine Jeffries exhibits all the qualities that I would like to see in a municipal clerk. And I really recommend that you appoint her. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Goska. Next, we have Natalie Hoffman. Ms. Hoffman, please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the council.
Hi, my name is Natalie Hoffman. My address is 2315 Eastman Avenue, apartment 10 in Green Bay, and my zip code is 54302. I'm basically going to be kind of seconding a lot of what other people have been saying, but yes, I am also speaking in favor of appointing Celestine Jeffries as the new Green Bay City Clerk. Jeffries has been a dedicated public servant to the Green Bay community for the past 2 decades, and she's had service in a variety of she's been of service in a variety of different positions. And because of her experience within our local government as a former city alder, as well as chief of staff to 2 mayors, she understands the inner workings of government duties. So I think this knowledge and experience will allow her to excel in the role of city clerk. And she also understands the needs of our government's most vulnerable community members and has been an incredible advocate for expanding Green Bay's voting over this past summer and fall. So with that knowledge and her strong advocacy, I believe she will prove to be very successful at continuing to expand voting in Green Bay, for example, by ensuring accessibility at polling places for both poll workers and voters, as well as providing multilingual voting resources for our community members whose first language isn't English. And so for these reasons, I do believe that Celestine Jeffries is going to be the best choice to fill the role of Green Bay City Clerk. So yeah, thank you for letting me speak and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. Next, we have Karen Schley. Ms. Schley, please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the council.
Hi, my name is Karen Schley, and I live at 820 Ethel Avenue in Green Bay, Wisconsin. I've been a poll worker for 20 plus years, plus I'm a member of the League of Women Voters of Green Bay. This past November election, the League was very impressed. There was incredible coordination, facilitation, and transparency for the entire November process, from voter registration, absentee voter, day of voting, as well as the central count process. It was a very robust and transparent election in Green Bay, and it was the best ever. Celestine helped to make this process work for the workers and the citizens of Green Bay. Everyone working on this election went above and beyond to serve the citizens. As our city moves forward towards the next elections, it is imperative that we all control the misinformation about our elections. All citizens of Green Bay need to understand that our elections are transparent and just. For over 100 years, the League of Women Voters has been involved in making our elections fair and transparent and valid. This needs to continue. Thank you for all you've done for our wonderful community.
Thank you, Ms. Schley. Next, we have B and M. B and M, please unmute yourself, state your name and address for the council.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Bill Eck, Birchwood Drive, Green Bay, Wisconsin, zip code is 04. I represent over 1,100 people of the greater Green Bay area that have asked us to be the representative to make the following statement. In regards to the appointment of Celeste Jeffries as the city clerk, I feel it would be prudent to post a position to look for the best candidate for the job outside of the current administration. Considering the city clerk oversees our local elections and it should be held by a person who has proven to be able to be bipartisan and nonpartisan. To do so otherwise would only add to the uneasy feeling that people have about our voting systems. We need to consider that after the investigations in regard to the November elections were completed by the committee in Madison, there were clear election irregularities proven at the very least and possibly even voter fraud, which is still under investigations and into as we speak. The mayor's administration, which includes all of the individuals of the appointed staff of the mayor, were specifically listed in a letter written by the Committee of Governor Eveners, with a copy given to the President of the U.S. Senate, Vice President Michael Pence, as having made decisions to accept grant money in regards to the election without proper permissions and because of the evidence is provided, asking that the Wisconsin Electoral College votes not be accepted. This, coupled with the handling of the elections last April, where the administration chose to have only 2 voting locations available for our residents, which in turn caused many to wait in line for hours in the rainy, cold weather, which put them more at risk in regards to their health. Additionally, many of our citizens were unable to vote, including some of our own family members, because they couldn't have been able to endure the conditions for that length of time. We do not have control over the election processes in other cities, but I'm sure we can all agree that we need to do our part to ensure that the elections in Green Bay are done with integrity and full transparency, without the appearance of bias or wrongdoing, with full transparency in every step of the election process. Our voters within our city need to know that their vote will be counted fairly. They need to know that this is safe. It is safe. So with this in mind, I would ask you to ask that the replacement of the city clerk not be made hastily without due process in finding a person who is not only qualified but has no ties with the current administration, who is shown in many areas to be very biased in their decisions and clearly show their political affiliations. We thank you for your time and your consideration, and we appreciate all of you and your commitment to our great city.
Thanks to all who testified. I will entertain a motion to close the floor.
Motion to close the floor.
Second.
Second.
Motion made by Alder Galvin, seconded by Alder Scannell. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed. Questions or comments from alders?
Mayor?
Alder Galvin, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm very much in favor of Celestine Jeffries. As I explained in closed session, I sat on the panel that interviewed her. I was impressed with her answers to the questions, her commitment to the job, her ideas to further improve the clerk's office and the processes that it oversees and has responsibilities for. I also have letters from constituents, Steve Lambert, Ned Dorff, Luann Crowder, and Jim Wall. And I won't read everything, but I'll read some of the excerpts from them. Celestine has their complete and enthusiastic support. She is good-natured, she has intellect, and a can-do spirit. Besides years of working in government, she has smarts and competence. She will reach those who feel their voices have not been heard. She's always been calm and graceful under pressure. She is whip smart, thoroughly professional, and will serve our city well. And with that, I thank you for your indulgence.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Brunette.
Is there a motion on the floor to approve?
Yes.
Yeah, I would like to abstain from the vote. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Your Honor?
Alder Galvin, go ahead.
When people abstain, they have to give a reason why. According to Robert's Rules of Orders, as my understanding was, we were instructed at one time when we abstain, we have to have a reason for abstaining.
Attorney Bunger, do you have any guidance for counsel?
I believe that is the recommendation of the city attorney.
Deputy City Attorney Bunger, could you indulge the public why I may be abstaining from this vote?
The abstention is usually a personal process as to an alder. I can't speak for you as to why.
Okay, that's fine. I have a lot of professional respect for Celestine. I've said so publicly and privately. She served the city well. The testimony of everyone who spoke speaks very highly of her character. I have absolutely no issue with Celestine, but in regards to why I'm abstaining from the vote, I will say no comment. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Dorff.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to say that I worked closely with Celestine on the elections committee, provided the leadership that we desperately needed on that committee. She has a wealth wealth of knowledge about being a city clerk. She understands election laws because she was a candidate for office. She was on the school board. She was on the city council here. I can't think of a better person for this position. So I just wanted to speak in support of Celestine Jeffries being appointed as city clerk. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to reiterate some of the comments. So Celestine and I have known each other for quite some time. We used to be previous colleagues. And so I've had the opportunity to observe her work ethic and her commitment and dedication to this community on a number of fronts. And I said this earlier to our colleagues, but I've never experienced maybe a more dedicated, hardworking, intelligent individual that is so passionately committed to our community. If I had half a mind, I'd try to, hire her myself, her commitment to public service. But I do want to comment on, maybe something that was brought up here in the open floor, and that is the level of partisanship concern that was raised. And I certainly agree that I think the amount of partisanship in our local government has certainly increased. But I want to be clear that, Celestine, Ms. Jeffries, she was brought on as a city employee prior to this administration. And so I think that concern is misdirected. She's never proven to me or to anything that I've observed her involvement in to be partisan. And so, so because of that, I'm going to rely on my own personal experience and the comments that I made before, that I think she is going to be an incredible candidate for this role. And if we assess really the skills and qualifications of this individual as it relates to the responsibilities of the position, I don't see a gap. And I think that she'll be perfectly capable and competent with executing at a high level in this position. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Alder.
Mayor.
Alder Stoyer, was it?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. I have worked with Celestine for the last 6-7 years. I've, under both Mayor Schmidt and Mayor Genrich. Anytime I've needed information or direction on issues or projects, things that I thought were important, she was always very forthright in helping. So, there are folks that are concerned about partisanship, this, that, and the other thing. I thought Alder Johnson handled that one very well. And I agree with that. So if you're looking, from my own personal standpoint, I have no issue with Celestine. I think she'll do a fantastic job. She's very knowledgeable, and she, has a deep love of this community. So I look forward to working with her, and I hope that things can be transparent and seamless moving forward. And I think it'll happen. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Any other comments from council? Seeing none, we will entertain we have a motion on the floor. I believe that was made by Alder Dorf, seconded by Alder Scannell. All in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay.
Aye.
It's okay.
No, my abstention. Thank you. Yep, abstention has been noted. The ayes have it, and that appointment is successful. Congratulations, Clerk Jeffries.
Thank you.
On to public hearings. So we have a resolution regarding the vacation of an unimproved public right-of-way on Leaf Street. Do we have anyone from the public who wishes to speak to this item? Is there anyone here who would like to speak to this item? Anyone here who would like to speak to this item? Clerk, please let the record reflect that we do not have any members of the public to speak to this resolution. On to ordinance, a second reading for adoption.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Motion has been made to adopt by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Stevens. All in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye.
Mayor?
Aye. Aye.
My apologies. My apologies.
Mayor.
Alder Stoyer.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick comment on this. I want to give commendations or some kudos to Leah Weicker and also to Lieutenant Mahoney, Detective Pakula for working on this issue. And I've worked on it as well. And some of the other alders have chimed in as well. Alder Weary, for one. And I think it's an important issue. So I thank them for all the diligent work they put on this. And citizens are always looked to help. You know, we can't do this all ourselves. So I think it's very important. So that's all. Thank you.
Absolutely well said, Alder Story. Any other comments?
Just point of order, Mayor.
Yeah, Alder Johnson.
Do votes on adopting ordinances, does that require a roll call vote?
I believe you are correct. Attorney Bungert?
Yes, we should do a roll call vote.
Thanks for catching that, Alder Johnson. Any other comments?
I do have one question.
Alder Weary, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is for Attorney Bungert. I appreciate your help on this, and Mark Story, I know you led the charge on this, and Leah Weicker. There's some more changes that are being proposed. I think, as you know, behind the scenes, we're kind of working on it. Can we see those? Do you think we'll see those in the next couple months? Or I know you guys are buried right now, obviously, but.
Yes, as far as I know, it is going to require a bigger discussion between staff and alders with respect to, and the police department with respect to different policy changes and processes that we want to see in play. So unfortunately, I don't know what the timeline will be, but it is something that is on the radar.
All right, I appreciate it. It's good. I'm glad we got this at least in the books and another tool to use. But it's good to know there's some other deeper changes that also need to be made. So I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thanks, Alder. Any other comments on the ordinance? Seeing none, we will use the board on adoption.
Mayor, I'll vote aye. Alder Vanderleest.
Thanks, Alder. And that ordinance is adopted unanimously 12-0. On to authority.
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion made by Alder Dorf, seconded by Alder Scannell to approve Report M, which is the report of the Redevelopment Authority from the meeting on January 12, 2021. Any comments? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that report has been adopted. INS.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Alder Scannell, seconded by, was that Alder Dorf?
Well, Alder LaFave.
Alder LaFave to approve Report N, which is the report of the Improvement and Services Committee from the meeting on January 13, 2021. Any items here to be handled separately?
For two.
Come on.
Any others? Okay, item 2 will be handled separately. Hearing none others, all in favor of approving the remainder of that report, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved with the exception of item 2.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Corpus Dax to approve. The item was pulled by Alder Johnson. Alder, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Director Grenier, I'm just looking for clarification. I believe I caught this conversation in the committee, but we are restoring, let's call it the full fee for the mini stormwater hookup. Is that correct?
That is correct. There is no difference for the property owner whether they're connected to mini storm versus the regular storm because there is no difference in the connection. Both are set at the same rate.
Okay. If you know, and I took to heart the last conversation we had around this, some points that Alder Gerlach had made, and in particular talking about and if we're achieving the goals that we're looking to achieve. And to me, and I, you know, and I don't want to speak for Alder Weary, but I know at least in his district as well, we continue to have challenges with, you know, ponding in certain, you know, private areas that I think some level of drainage could assist. So from your perspective, would it perhaps make more sense to create an incentive-based program that has measurable outcomes? I mean, is that something that we could potentially create to help kind of still achieve the goal that we were initially looking to achieve by having the reduced fee?
I'm not sure what type of incentives you're talking about. Again, I tend to break things down into very small, easily digestible pieces. What this is intended to do, this connection, is to provide a point of connection for somebody's sump pump, whether that be to a conventional storm main, which the property would have been assessed for, or to a mini storm, which hooks into an inlet, not requiring somebody to dig up the road and pay for all the pavement restoration and costs associated with that. So again, it's a point of connection for your sump pump. It's not intended to address ponding issues. It's not intended to address the street. It's not intended to address backyard drainage. It's nothing more than a point of connection for your sump pump.
Yep. And I appreciate that explanation. And I think it's the sump pumps being drained into yards that are oftentimes creating the issue. So I don't want to get too far off the rails on this, Director Grenier. I think what I'll do is maybe reach out to you separately, and we'll just take this issue up tonight, and then we can talk more about that as an alternative. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Alder. Any other comments? Seeing no other requests to speak, all in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The item has been approved. Protection and policy.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder LaFave to approve Report O, which is the report of the Protection and Policy Committee from the meeting on January 11, 2021. Any items here to be handled separately?
Item 7.
Item 7. Any others? Hearing none others, all in favor of approving the remainder of that report, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved with the exception of item 7.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder LaFave. The item was pulled by Alder Dorf. Alder, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I asked for this item to be put on protection and policy, and then also to come to full council. The item is about increasing the alder term to 3 years with the idea that there would be some alternating years so that the first, say we did this for the next election, half of council would be on for 2 years as we normally are, and the other half for 3. And that way we would eliminate the possibility of ever having the entire council being eliminated all at the same time. The school board has a 3-year term, and they have done that. So there's 2, 2, and 3. So there isn't such a huge turnover. Before I asked staff or asked P&P with this, I just wanted to see if there is interest in City Council in having this investigated. As we know, our law department is very busy right now. I didn't want to ask them to do something else when I wasn't sure where council was at. So I wanted to bring this discussion to the full council, not just to P&P. And that is what they decided at Protection and Policy to do, is to move it forward to the full council. So I would like a discussion. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder LaFave.
Yes, I'm glad that Alder Dorf brought this up. I've also been concerned about this issue. You know, it may not ever happen that all the council would be replaced in one election year, but it's possible that a good majority could be. Look, we've had new people already on. The reason is that if we have a big turnover, we're going to lose a lot of people who have a lot of knowledge of things that have gone on before. Sometimes we will discuss something, and one of the alders who's been on longer will say, wait a minute, I remember we talked about this once before, and this is why we are where we are today on this issue. So I think it's important that this is a very important issue, I believe. And I think that the rest should discuss this. And I do have, like I said, a concern on this issue. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Other comments?
Mayor?
I'd like to make a comment, Mayor.
Alder Vanderleest and then Alder Johnson.
I'm comfortable with the 2-year program that we have. I think it just keeps the alders more, in tune with what's going on in their district. And as far as if an alder's doing a good job, you'll get reelected. If it's about a reelection issue or a time frame issue about losing everybody on the council, I don't think that's happened at all. We don't have that big a turnover on the city council at this point, at this period of time. So I'm not in favor of changing it to 2 years. It coincides with what the county's doing. They have a 2-year program. It might be, I don't know what the state law, if anybody knows about the state law, maybe this is required by state law. I don't know. But I'm not in favor of changing it. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. It is not required by state law, but Alder Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. If I'm not mistaken, I think this is in our charter ordinance, so it would require a change to that process. This was actually something in my first year in council that I had talked to a number of people about. Two things specifically. One is 3-year terms, and then the other would be staggering those so that you're not always turning council over, which I believe is exactly what Alder Dorf has outlined here. But I at least wanted to share just one of the downsides of it and why I ultimately never chose to pursue it, because every 4 years you have a presidential primary election that will occur on the same day as your alderman election. And I think, maybe that creates an advantage, maybe a disadvantage, maybe it's a moot point. I don't know, but I just at least wanted to point out that is a consideration, because now you no longer have parity amongst your city council elections, because that is a very significant impact. I know, at least in the case of my district, you're talking about double the number of voters of what you normally see, which there's nothing wrong with that. But again, it's about creating that level of parity that I think is important in where some alders will face that every 4 years and others will not. So I wouldn't necessarily keep that as a reason to oppose this, but I think it was a consideration of why I didn't pursue it at the time. And if the majority of council here today saw fit to continue to pursue it, I certainly wouldn't oppose that. I think it's something that's at least worth discussing.
Thanks, Alder. Other comments?
If I could, Mayor?
Yeah, Alder Burnett.
When it comes to serving the public and representing the public, I'm always have an open mind, not too concerned about losing people with institutional knowledge, because elections are us basically applying to the public to represent them going forward. And as people consider elections, they should consider, qualifications, experience, and a whole host of things. If anything, I'd like to see more people run for office. Perhaps 3 years might make it more enticing so candidates don't have to run every 2 years, but 3 years is a long commitment. This idea that, that we don't want a full turnover of the council at one time. We can still accomplish that by keeping a 2-year term and just basically having, 6 of us run up for election. 6 of us, not meaning the current council, but 6 council members up for election 1 year and 6 the next year. That will allow, if people are really unhappy with us, unhappy with the job we're doing, the direction of the city, every single year it's potential that they can change the direction of their city government. I think that's a good thing. Keeps us accountable. Look at the school board, a 3-year term right now. There are a lot of people that are very unhappy with the school board, and to think that they have to go on with another few years of some representatives they may not be happy with, I think that's a consideration as well. Look at the United States Congress, Assembly, as we get more and more partisan in different levels of government, to have a full turnover of a governing body like Congress or the legislature, whatever, that's probably a good thing. So I never want to be so bold as to think that this city council or any government is immune to a full turnover of the council. So I have an open mind. I need to see the details. But I guess my final question, though, is who would investigate? Who would look into this? When we say city staff, which member, which department of city staff will look into it?
Thanks, Alder. Is that a question for a law department?
Yeah, if it is a Deputy Bungard, would it be the law department to look into it?
Yes, it would be. Our staff would research as to what, and obviously it would be in discussion with the alders as far as what comes out of council or what direction council provides. But as far as executing this sort of change, whether it does require an amendment to our charter ordinance, and any subsequent referendum that would need to be put together, and the timing of that, and all of the requirements to get that effectuated.
Yeah, on that alone, I'm entirely opposed. And this is not a criticism of the law department, but as a city council, we need to realize there are several open records requests that need to be fulfilled. There are several lawsuits that the city law department are working on. We've asked for a revision of the code of conduct for the last 2 years, which hasn't been delivered yet. So I don't want to put another additional burden on the law office, when we really don't need to. So on that vote no. On the general idea, if we can get other staff to look into it, or a volunteer, or look, something that doesn't tie up city lawyers and, which tend to be, higher paid city employees, into something like this, I'd rather just wait till things settle down on some of those other fronts. So I'll be a no vote. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Other comments? Seeing none.
Mr. Mayor, I'm trying to get to it. There we go. Yeah. I would like to see this pursued. I don't mind if it gets put on the back burner and that these other things came forward, but this way it's there and we will get to it eventually. And I think it's worth pursuing and worth looking at. I don't think there's any rush on it. If it takes another election cycle to go through before we even get to it or whatever, I think that's, but I think it's something that's, I know it's been discussed many times. I've had this discussion with others, and it just never went anywhere. And I would like to see, now that it's up, I'd like to see it pursued. But we could certainly. I don't think there's a rush on it, and I think the idea of staggering the election certainly is an idea that's a good thing. I think also 3 years. To have the term 3 years, I think might actually be more enticing for more people to run. I think a lot of people not real familiar with what it takes to run a campaign, and it's a lot of work. And every 3 years, it might be more compatible to get more people involved. So I'd like to at least pursue this. So for me, there's really no hurry on it. I just like to not see it get lost. Thanks.
Thanks, Alder.
Mayor.
Alder Story. And just a reminder, I am watching the civic clerk here, so please press your buttons.
I've tried that and it doesn't seem to work.
Alder Story,
anyway.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
What button?
I think, I kind of agree with Alder Scannell a little bit. I guess one of the questions I would have, and I maybe would to pursue it a little bit, is to see what other communities have done as well. And if there have been staggered elections, whether it's in the state or other areas, I would like to know if it's worked very well, or, how that has gone forward. So, that might be just a question that we can ask at a committee rather than tying up our law department. But it definitely should be a back burner issue. I don't think, Alder Burnett brought up some good points that we have too many other things that we need answers on soon. So I agree with Alder Dorf that, we should at least look at it. So whatever means that we do to do that, I'm okay with that. So that's my point. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Seeing no other comments.
Mayor.
Alder Johnson.
Thank you. And I'm in the agenda item and I do have my button on, just as an FYI.
Okay. Yeah, maybe it's an issue on my end then. Go ahead.
Alder Dorf, recognizing, maybe some of the concerns about burden on the law department, would you be amenable to maybe just modifying this and eliminating the portion that specifically says to implement this for the 2022 election? That way it doesn't put like a definitive time frame on it.
Sure. I see. I'm fine with that. I'm fine.
I would offer that up as an amendment to strike the timing of this, meaning beginning with the 2022 election. That would be my amendment to strike that.
So eliminating the last
like 5 words.
Yeah, the beginning.
Yeah.
Okay. So Alder Johnson has made an amendment. Alder Dorf.
Second.
I agree.
We'll go with Alder Dorf on the second.
Okay.
To eliminate beginning with the 2022 election. Any comments on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor will signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay.
No.
Nay.
The ayes have it. The item has been amended. Entertain a motion to adopt as amended.
Mayor, before you do that, I apologize, and Alder Stevens brought it up. We have an item number 6. If you can look at that, we need, we asked Amanda Lee to have a letter, and I don't know if we have to reopen that. Bunger, because we already voted on that.
No, I believe the recommendation from PMP was to approve it contingent on her filing that letter. I do believe she actually did file that letter with the clerk's office. I reviewed it and found it to be sufficient. So there wasn't any additional action that needed to be done by council, as the recommendation was to approve contingent on the filing.
I see.
And that was approved. That was already approved by council.
All right, thank you. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, so we do have item 7 that's been amended.
Motion to approve as amended.
Motion has been made to adopt as amended. That was made by Alder Dorf, seconded by Alder Scannell. Any final discussion?
I do, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I didn't press my button.
That's all right. Alder Weary, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm interested in hearing the discussion on this. I think it's also vital that we consider it's not really what's best for us. It's what's best for, the residents. Do they want to put someone in office for 3 years, or is it better to have that 2 years where if they're really, and believe it or not, some people who get elected, and once they're elected, they realize it's not for them and they don't do a very good job. They have to suffer through 3 years of that. We have to think of what they want and need, not what we want and need. So I hope that's part of this discussion too. Thanks.
Thanks, Alder. Any final comments? The item has been amended. Motion to adopt as amended has been made and seconded. All in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
No.
The ayes have it. And then on to granting operator licenses.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Motion made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Stevens to report granting operator licenses. Any names for which you'd like to be recorded as abstaining?
Mayor, I have Deb Money. I'd like to abstain from. Thank you.
Very good. Alder Story. Any others? We've noted those abstentions. Any names under this report you wish to handle separately? Hearing none, all in favor of the report, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and those abstentions have been noted. Plan Commission.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Corpus Dax to approve Report Q, which is the report of the Plan Commission from the meetings on October 12, 2020 and January 11, 2021. Any items here to be handled separately?
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I can't see my button. I don't know where my button is. I apologize, but I want to pull number 1.
Item number 1.
3.
Any others to be handled separately?
3.
3. Items 1 and 3. Any others? Handled separately, hearing none others. All in favor of approving the remainder of that report, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay.
Mayor, if I could be logged as abstaining from item number 5, as Mr. Bader is a member of my executive committee.
That is noted. Thank you, Alder.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. This is at the plan. I believe I need to pull item number 5.
No,
I'm sorry.
I think you want number 1.
Is it number 1?
Alder hold it. Regarding 901 Main Street.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so items 1 and 3 will be handled separately. We've noted that abstention. Hearing none others, all in favor of approving the remainder of that report, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Your wishes regarding item 1?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve. Made
Just FYI, I'm on camera right now,
Dax,
so be mindful. I'm on camera.
seconded by Alder
You're going to go through the back way.
Mr. Bader, your audio is on, just a heads up. So we do have a motion and a second on item 1 that was pulled by Alder Lefebvre. Alder Lefebvre, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this is very interesting item here. It was discussed way back in October. and it's really weird how this happened. It has not really been voted on by any of the committees, by the Plan Commission or the Board of Appeals. They were canceled, wasn't on the agenda. And I also want you to be aware that there are some legal issues that are going to come up. And so I would like to ask to open the floor as Mr. Bartkowski would like to speak. He's involved. He has the building behind 901 Main Street. He's on Cedar Street. He would like to speak. Could you please open the floor?
I second that.
Motion has been made to open the floor by Alder LaFave, seconded by Alder Stoyer. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye. But a point of clarification, Your Honor. Alder LaFave, did you say this hadn't been voted on by the Plan Commission?
It with a condition. It had to go to the Board of Appeals, and they never really voted on it.
Well, the Plan
I went through all the meetings. They kept canceling. It was never voted on. And it wasn't even on the agenda. I couldn't find anything.
So before we go to the our citizens here, let's just go to either Assistant Director Rainier Wigg or potentially our Principal Planner Dave Buck to give a little bit of an overview on the process, and then we'll entertain that vote to open the floor.
Thank you. Dave, I believe, is on the line as well. Alder LaFave did go to Plan Commission, and it was actually approved and sent forward to Council with the conditions you see listed below. And I believe it also did go to the Board of Appeals, which I believe they held this. They did not take a vote on it. I believe They held this item waiting, I think, for the council vote. So as far as process goes, it has gone through some committee. It was held at council because I think there were some clarifications that needed to be made with regards to, I believe, some lot lines. The adjacent neighbor had said that he had not received proper notice, so he needed some time to look at some things. We wanted to get clarification from emergency services on whether or not that was an issue with regards to this drive-through. So those things have been happening since then. So I can tell you that with regards to the EMS, there were no concerns with regards to emergency services in the drive-through that we received commentary from. And as you had said, it was then held at the Board of Appeals with regards to that bypass lane, I think, requirement that we had asked for.
Which
they need a variance for.
Right, yeah, right. And they never had it on the agenda or discussed it since.
Since then, correct.
Right. So then I think, right. So I would like, has to open it up to Mr. Budakowski because he's got some legal things that's going to come out. Mm-hmm. And I think that we need to talk about that before I would make a recommendation goes back to the Board of Appeals. Thank you.
Yep. We thought that. And Dave Buck, did I miss anything in that overview?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
It did. The Board of Appeals did state that they wanted the council to take action on the ability to have the drive-through as a conditional use before they would react to the request to have a variance for the emergency bypass lane.
Okay. Thanks for noting that, Mr. Buck. So with all that said, we will entertain that motion to open the floor. All in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open. Just a reminder to state your full name and address, and then feel free to address the council.
My name is David Bartkowski. My address here is 900 Cedar Street. That's my business address. I'm the owner of 900 Cedar Street. You got to bear with me because I just had my left shoulder replaced last week, so I'm not hitting on all cylinders. So just bear with me here and be patient.
No problem.
Thank you, Your Honor and council members, for allowing me to present my case here this evening. I'm opposed to the drive-through between my building and Mr. Bader's building there. I don't believe there's enough room. There is a legal easement in place. My property line is 2.5 feet from my wall. It's my understanding you cannot block an easement. And I think by putting a driveway there, it impedes on my ability to maintain my building. And my building was built in 1892. It's all brick. Windows need to be replaced, tuck pointing and such to maintain the historical aspect of my building there. And allowing this to go through would impede upon that greatly. So that's you know, this has been punted back and forth. I'm kind of losing track on you know, who has what authority and so forth. And it just seems to be going back and forth. And it just seems to me that this is being brought back and forth in a fashion where I'll either just walk away and forget about this whole issue and wear me down here. I'm not sure if that's the attempt to do that. I hope it's not. I hope that the city of Green Bay would be fair in looking at my side of this as well. You know, there's a lot of things that I don't think that have been from the beginning have been overlooked. And I think we need to clarify a lot of things here. We need to address water runoff. We need to address snow removal through that little lane there, if approved. And I don't think it should be approved at all. I think, like I said, it will impede upon my maintaining of my building there that I purchased. And because I'm in pain here and I've been waiting quite a while this evening to get this point across, I'm going to leave that. That's all I'm going to say this evening, because I would hope that most of you that do take this vote this evening have actually come down and physically looked at that lane and understood that there was 2.5 feet plus the easement, which is 2 feet on my side and 2 feet on the other side of my property line. And understanding that, you know, if you do put a lane there, it's my understanding there's no requirement for a safety bankment there for cars going through there. I don't know how you're going to put a lane there and allow pedestrian traffic to go through the easement when you have cars there. I don't quite understand how this is all going to work out. And I don't think it works out. So that's all I have to say. One, I do want to say you started the meeting this evening with quotes, and one of my favorite is Theodore Roosevelt's quote, and that is "Believe you can, and you're halfway there." So that's one of my favorites. But thank you, and I do have representation. Attorney Mr. Chris Paul would like to speak. He is sort of actually rowing the boat at this point. Like I said, I'm kind of incapacitated right now. I'm not hitting on all cylinders. I'm not as sharp as I probably should be at this evening in this event. But I'm going to hand it over to him, and hopefully you'll listen to his position as well. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Mr. Paul?
Yeah, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Chris Paul. I'm an attorney with Reuter Ware Law Firm in Green Bay. My address is 222 Cherry Street, Green Bay, 54301. As Mr. Bartokowski said, I think our primary concern here is the amount of space between the two buildings. If you read back to the Plan Commission minutes, which we've done, references made in those minutes to there being 12 to 13 feet between those two buildings. And there is 13 feet between the buildings, but of that 13 feet, 2.5 feet is on Mr. Bartokowski's property, which brings the area available for a drive-through lane down to 10.5 feet. And then another 2 feet is an easement, which is a valid easement and should not be interfered with. So now you're down to 10.5 minus the 2 for the easement. You've got 8.5 feet approximately of space for a drive-through that is more narrow than a parking stall is required in the city of Green Bay. This is just such a tight fit. We're not, I don't think Mr. Bartokowski's in any way opposed to development, getting business in there, anything like that. even another coffee shop would be great. It's just the space. There's just not enough space there. It's just not a practical location for what's being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I believe Mr. Bader was also on the line. Mr. Bader?
Good evening, everyone. Happy Tuesday. Thanks for hearing this again. I think most understand at this point how we approach this point. I'll summarize my comments basically on addressing some of the concerns that have been raised. There were a number of items that both Plan Commission and Board of Appeals and tonight that have talked about noise, traffic, and those sorts of things. I believe we've discussed those or have reasonable ways of mitigating any concerns there. Regarding the size of the drive-through lane, as was just noted, there's 13 feet between the buildings. We have engineered plans from when 901 Main was constructed show that it's 11 feet to the property line and 11 feet that we would pave. So the entire drive-through lane as proposed would be on my property and paved to that point. Keep in mind that the average passenger vehicle is 6.5 feet in width, the average parking stall is 9 feet in width, and the traffic lane is 11 feet in width. So in my opinion, there's plenty of room for any approved passenger vehicle in the United States to drive on this drive lane. And plus, when they are going through the lane, keep in mind they're idling at essentially 0 miles per hour. So I think the risk to buildings is very remote. Regarding water and snow, when the original building was built, we put in an inlet for a future lane, so drainage will be addressed. Snow will be plowed just like any other part of the parking lot, out and in to the edge of the property line. The easement, of course, is coming up as the biggest hot button item. That easement is from 1923. It's actually a 4-foot reservation, 2 feet on each side of the property line. Keep in mind, in 1923, there was a building 4 feet off of Mr. Bartokowski's building, which warranted it and made it for footpath travel. Many of these easements exist in our downtown areas, and the wording is very clear. It says for footpath travel to allow that, not to prevent or allow any other use. My attorney has reviewed it. City legal even has reviewed it. There's nothing against paving a line to the property line, which code would allow, which would grant 11 feet of clearance. Keep in mind that the footpath easement prevents permanent obstructions. And think about in 1923 what that means. That means a garbage corral or a trash enclosure, or even, quite frankly, a horse and buggy allotment. Those were designed to allow the path easement. That obviously is different today, and whether or not one wants to look at whether the easement would be in effect or not. The reality is that that easement in the nature does not prevent what I'm trying to do in it, with all due respect. So I think really this comes down to neighbors working together. I've said on many issues since we built this building, I'm happy to work with Mr. Bartokowski on a number of things. Use is valid. I think it's good for the city, good for the property. I would like to work with him on issues regarding when, quite frankly, he could be on my property to service his buildings he talked about and tuck point and fix windows and those sorts of things. We can do that. The user is not open every day. They're open limited hours. It's really a pretty friendly use to an adjacent property. So I'm happy to do that if he is happy to work with me, but I do ask for your approval tonight. I think this is a good thing for our city and it will help other properties, especially downtown in these times that we face, and users that, quite frankly, see a drive-through as an ultimate necessity, not a luxury, be as successful as they can be. Thank you.
Mr. Bader?
Yes.
Can you please state your address for the council?
Sure can. Was I hit the unmute button again? 300 North Van Buren Street, Green Bay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for members of the public from council?
Mayor, if I could, Alder Burnett.
Alder Burnett, go ahead.
Mr. Bader, your experience as a developer, when a change like this is made, how does it affect adjacent property values, like Mr. Bartokowski's would be affected?
I can't tell you of any particular circumstance where I've personally worked on a property that's had a negative impact on a neighbor of mine. I would hope all those on the call tonight by now would bear witness to the work I have done in the city. And I think the good steward I am to the city, to my properties, to my neighbors, but I would never intentionally try to do something that would negatively impact one. I think enhancing that district, that neighborhood, and what we're doing does nothing but benefit all parties.
Yeah, and I didn't mean to imply that please know that. You have a great, I'm just trying to, convey what the gentleman's concern is. I'd be concerned about potential drop in my property value or some of the other concerns. I'm just curious and was on that. No other questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Gerlach.
I just have a quick question for Mr. Bader, please. Mr. Bartokowski said he is concerned about his ability to get into that space to maintain his building, because obviously his property line wouldn't give him, access to bring a truck in or something to work on his building. You said something about this isn't going to be open all the time. What are the hours that it will be open, please?
Tentatively, it would be something 6 or 7 in the morning till about 2 in the afternoon. It's really seen as a morning and early lunch operation. So anytime after 2 o'clock, it's closed until the following morning again.
Can he count on that?
I mean, that's something like I'd say again between neighbors that we work on and agree to. This is, I can tell you from the operator that with whom I'm working, they're not willing to go public yet, but it's an operation that everyone will know. They're very good folks. And like myself, I'd say very trustworthy and wanting to work with neighbors.
And did you say this is a local business or a national? Or...
Correct. This is a local company that has an existing local coffee shop. They live in our community. They employ people here. They're absolutely wonderful, salt of the earth people. I'd love to get this done for them as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Galvin, question for the public?
Yeah, this would be more for Mr. Paul.
Go ahead.
Mr. Paul, I'm not sure if you can answer this, but how long has your client owned that building?
I believe he's owned it for 3 or 4 years.
Okay. And has he done any improvements to it yet?
Yes. And you'd have to ask him directly, but yes, he's been slowly improving the property over time.
Okay. And as far as you know, or Mr. Bartokowski knows, I mean, if he decided to do work on that side of the building, the drive-through is going to be, I mean, it's his only concern that he can't get at the building to do the improvements he needs to do. Is he truly concerned someone's going to drive through his building? Or they can't at least walk along this. Well, he's got 2 feet to walk along the side of it. That side of it. But I mean, is his concern more that he's going to be restricted from improving his building or that someone's really going to drive through the side of it?
I think it's just that this is the wrong place. If you've seen the area, this is a very narrow area between 2 multi-level buildings, both of which have residential tenants in them. And I respect what Mr. Bader said, but most cars are not 6 feet wide. They're closer to 8. And this is fit. And regardless of, I appreciate what his attorney has said, but an easement, he can pave that area where the easement is, but to cause a drive-through, to use that as a drive-through is interference with Mr. Bartokowski's rights. So that, there will be some litigation to enjoin that use. It's too narrow. It's not the right place for a drive-through.
Okay, and I'm going to have to make a comment then, or I'll save my comments for later. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Galvin. Any other questions for our members of the public?
Mayor.
Alder Story.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Paul, I don't know if Mr. Bartokowski is still there, but I've been to the location, and I've seen it. At first blush, it seems narrow. It does. I mean, if just looking at it from a third-party standpoint, but is there also concern from noise and such, for the tenants or for the people that live your street? That would be one question I have for you. Is there any wear and tear on the building or any concerns about the building itself or the tenants living there?
Well, certainly there'll be noise, there'll be vehicles, there'll be emissions, all those kind of things, increased traffic in that small parking lot there. So those are all concerns, yes.
One other, I don't know if you can answer this as well. we at the city are always concerned about lawsuits. Is there anything that would happen if we voted in favor of Mr. Bader today? Is there something that you can share at all that what you and your client would do?
Well, if the intent is to use that 2 feet of easement as part of the drive-through, then yeah, we would have to start some kind of legal action. And I have half a dozen federal and state cases right here that say, he doesn't have to build something in that 2 feet in order for it to be interference with the easement. So yes, there would be a lawsuit to determine that the use as a drive-through is an interference with the easement. And if we're successful, there would be 8 feet or so of space, which frankly just isn't enough for a drive-through.
So would the city be part of that then? I guess we would be part of that lawsuit in your mind.
I think it would depend on the variance, because the other option would be to challenge the granting of the variance as something, that there are standards for granting variances, and we're not convinced this meets those standards, but that would be if the variance is granted.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Any other questions for those who have testified? I'll entertain a motion to close the floor.
Motion to close the floor.
Motion made to close the floor, made by Alder Galvin, seconded by Alder Dorf. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed. Additional comments from council. Alder Corpus Dax.
So on planning commission, when this came through in October, we had a long discussion about it, and ultimately, biggest concern was specifically from fire, and whether or not, because I think they addressed, whether or not a fire truck could get through there, but didn't discuss whether EMS would have an issue. So that was one of the conditions, was whether or not fire had any issue with it. And then the other condition would be getting the variance from zoning. So those two conditions were placed on it, and we all agreed that, as long as those conditions were met, planning commission was fine, was in support of the drive-through, going ahead with the drive-through. And one of our commissioners, he's also a lawyer, very sad to see him go because he's moving out of the city. But he reminded us Wisconsin Act 67, which states if an applicant applies for a CUP and the municipality sets conditions for that CUP, as long as those conditions are met, the city has to, or the municipality pretty much has to grant the CUP. So that's also one of those things to take into consideration.
Very good. Thanks, Alder.
Mr. Mayor.
Alder Galvin is in the queue, and then Alder Lefebvre.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've been down in that area quite a bit. I used to work down there quite a bit. If the fire department feels they can get a truck through there, I'm not concerned about a civilian getting their pickup truck or their SUV or any other type of vehicle through there. I mean, if you've been through any through of our drive-through banks, those are quite narrow. I have yet to have a mishap with one of those, and I think they're quite a bit more narrow. This is Mr. Bader's property. Granted, there's an easement, but I think the lawyers will work that out in the best interest of their clients. I think I'm in favor of granting this. I think it'll be a huge improvement for that area down there. And I think ultimately it will enhance the value of the property of the neighbor next door. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Lefebvre.
Yes. I did look at the property. I actually walked through it and I looked at it. And I wish everyone would do that. We approve certain things and you look at maps and aerial views, but you don't really go and look at it. And the way it is right now, even if Mr. Bader had the full 13 feet, I still look at it and I said, holy mackerel, that is narrow. And then look at the map. I mean, go look at then the curve to come around his building and to get access to the Main Street. I don't know how you're going to make that curve. And then on the side of his building, on his west side, that is slanted. That's going to be leveled off. Isn't he going to have to put a retaining wall in then? I don't think you're going to put a drive-through exit that's at a slant, especially in the winter when you're going to have ice and certain snow. There's not going to be enough room. I don't know how they're going to do that. I mean, I really think you have to everybody has to look at the situation to make a valid vote. So I'm going to make a motion that this would be held up and go back to the Board of Appeals.
Just a point of clarification or a question to clarify things, either to our law department, Attorney Bungert, or Assistant Director Rainier Wig. Is this motion needed? Because it's my understanding this needs to go to Board of Appeals anyway.
It does, okay.
I believe it does. That was part of the condition from the Plan Commission that it got approval through Board of Appeals. So
okay.
If it's approved here tonight, it would have to go back. Am I correct with that, Alder Corpus Dax?
Yeah. From what I remember with Board of Appeals, they kicked it to council. I believe Alder Scannell, do you recall this? That they sent it to us to make that decision.
If we pass it, as I understand it, it should then go back to appeals. They don't want to handle it if we're not going to go forward with it. So if we pass it, it'll go to appeals. If it gets denied there, then it's all done. And if it does make it through appeals, then I don't know if there's still, it still sounds like there's some legal issues to work through and some other things. So it's a long road to hoe here, but it starts with us here. If we're okay with the principle, with the idea, I'll talk about it in a minute, if I may, and then.
Maybe we could just skip to Attorney Bungert to confirm for us what the process looks like.
Yeah, so the item in the council is to approve the recommendation of the Plan Commission, which is to authorize the CUP. And then that authorization of the CUP is contingent on no objections from fire and then the variance from Board of Appeals.
Okay.
So it's not so much approving a general idea, it's approving the CUP. And if the CUP is approved, then it goes to the Board of Appeals for the variance. If the council denies the CUP, then it doesn't go to the Board of Appeal because Board of Appeals has determined they're not going to make a decision on the variance until council makes it.
Very good. Thank you for the summary.
I'd like to make a comment.
Just 1 second, Alder. You have some other folks in the queue ahead of you. So does that clarify things for you, Alder Lefebvre?
Yes.
Okay. Alder Scannell, you're up.
Thank you. What I meant by general idea is as alders, I think it's a mistake to get too involved in these things. I think we should not micromanage. We're not professionals. I don't know if they're going to make turns or whatever. That's all up to planners and engineers. The variances and stuff is all up to lawyers. All I want to do is look at the general idea. And do I think it's a good idea? Do I see any kind of problems here in general? And for me, I know Dave. Dave and I go back a long way, and I love Dave. And fortunately, he loves me. But I disagree with, I want to see this process go through. And if there's a technical problem, it ain't going to make it. But from a general point of view, I think we need to look at, as a city, as an urban center, the idea of possibly having drive-throughs and what that takes and what that looks like. And I think this process will help us with that. We'll notice later on that there is an amendment to our statutes about urban drive-throughs. And I think to address some of the things brought up, like noise and pollution and stuff, this is downtown. This is an urban setting. Yes. I mean, that's urban living. You know, if you don't like that, then you're living in the wrong spot. I mean, we want to make our urban center as vibrant as we possibly can and develop as strongly as we can. And the idea of a drive-through downtown, which most of our drive-throughs, you think that they're out in outer lane areas or more in suburban settings. And so I want us, for me, I would like to see this go through tonight. I have no problem with the CUP. And as Alder Corpus Dax mentioned, you know, we have the, I forget, Act 83.5.2, whatever, that, you know, we're kind of bound up with that. You know, we have to be careful that we're not getting sued by Alder Bader for illegally inhibiting his development. So I just want to, for myself, see this go through. There's a lot of technicalities to be worked out yet. I'm not going to work them out. I'm not going to worry about them. That's for lawyers and engineers and everybody else to work out. And if they can make it work, great. And if they can't, oh well, that's too bad. And back to the drawing board. So I support this and wish everybody good luck.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Vanderleest.
Thank you. My thoughts are, I did go to the site and I looked at the site. It's a narrow site. It's only you know, if this gentleman that owns the older building there, if he decides to put a few air conditioners on that side of the building, I think he's going to be in trouble. You know, as far as the legal stance of, I think there's much more to be worked out before, you know, we say, you know, go ahead with it. You know, what it's going to happen here is you're going to have to hire an attorney. They're both going to be hiring attorneys to solve the problems. In other words, if we're approving it right away, they're going to be in, you know, fighting for each, in other words, for each property owner is going to be fighting for what they feel is correct. And I think we should maybe, you know, give them a 30-day or a 60-day period where they can decide what to do as far as if they can work it out that way, and then bring it back to the city council rather than just shove it through. And then, you know, all the legal things that's going to cost a lot of money as far as, you know, one attorney is going to be working for one side, one for the other. So I think we could just delay it maybe for at least 30 days and then see if they can't come to, you know, and get a little bit more input on this project. And that's my thought. So I don't really want to approve it tonight. I think we need more time on this so they can get things clarified. And the only way they're going to do that is discuss it. So that's my thought. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Dorf.
Thank you. I would want to see this approved tonight. I'm speaking in support of this. I think it's already been gone back and forth. And I think that someone just needs to make a decision. I echo all the things Randy said. I'm not going to repeat those in the interest of time, but I'm very much in support of this. And I would like to see this approved tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Gerlach.
I thank Alder Scanlon for laying all that out, and I'm supportive of it too. But I just have one quick question, either for Attorney Bungert or for Mr. Buck, perhaps. I hear about this easement. If I understand correctly, there used to be two buildings that were only 4 feet apart, and the purpose of the easement was to make sure people could walk between the buildings. I just want to know, do we need to be worrying about that easement?
Attorney Bungert?
I can jump in on that. The easement really it's an easement between the two property owners. For purposes of reviewing the plan, our staff did review the easement, and the easement is for pedestrian pass-through or foot traffic. I don't have the easement language in front of me. And so long as that purpose isn't frustrated with a driveway being paved up to the property line of Mr. Bader, interfering or frustrating the purpose of the easement. So no structures can be So the easement language doesn't provide any affirmative language that nothing can be erected. It's just that 2 feet on one property owner side and 2 feet on the other property owner side has to be maintained to allow pedestrian passage. And so long as that right and that access and that use isn't frustrated, then the easement is still maintained and isn't violated. So long as there isn't a curb or any kind of shrubbery or any kind of structure that would impede the pedestrian passage through, then the easement is being maintained.
Great. Thanks, Attorney Bungert. Thanks, Alder. Alder Scannell, it looks like you're in the queue. That would be for a third time.
Well, Mayor, I haven't spoken yet.
Alder Story, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. This might be for Attorney Bungert. If this is voted on tonight, to move forward, then it goes back to the Board of Appeals. And looking at the variations on this, it just basically says no objections from the Green Bay Fire Department, EMS, and Fire Service, and then an approval from the Zoning Board of Appeals. Those are the only 2 items on the conditional use, correct? I see it. I just want to make sure that there's nothing involved with the easement or anything like that.
No. The easement itself is an issue between the 2 property owners. And if it does come down to litigation, it'll come down between those parties to basically get a determination one way or the other as to the parameters of that easement. However, with respect to the conditions that were placed on this approval by Plan Commission, yes, you are correct. The approval of the CUP by the Plan Commission was contingent on those 2 items. There was no contingency placed on anything related to the easement itself.
Well, I think one other point is, maybe I'm a little gun shy on some of the CUPs that have come forward, but, over my tenure, there have been times where suits have come forward after we overturned a CUP, and now we're not allowed to do that. So it's kind of a heavy burden to make sure that you do the right thing. And, like I said, I have the utmost respect for both Mr. Bader and Mr. Bartokowski. I know them both, for a long period of time. This is a tough one. And I know that some of the alders just want to bring it back to the Board of Appeals. And Attorney Bungert, correct me if I'm wrong, if the Board of Appeals votes to approve it, that's it. It doesn't come back to council, correct?
I don't believe so. I'm getting a nod from Cheryl that yes. So what council is voting on is the CUP. The Board of Appeals will be voting on the variance issue with respect to the bypass lane. So that would be the second contingency that would need to be met in order for the CUP to be fully and completely approved.
But it won't come back to council then, correct?
No, it would not.
Right. Okay.
No.
That's what makes it difficult for me because, I know that, we're trying to move it forward so that we can at least have a determination from the Board of Appeals. But I'm still a little uncomfortable with that because I'm always worried about CUP issues that come back to bite us. In the past, it has. So with that being said, I will probably vote against it. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Corpus Dax.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm still in support of this measure. Again, we vetted it quite a bit at planning. We placed 2 conditions on the applicant. I do think that this should go through. Zoning needs to make that decision whether or not to allow the variance. Correct. It's not going to come back to council, but the CUPs never do once the conditions are met, once approval is given. So I still support it.
Thanks, Alder. Again, Alder Scannell, you're in the queue here, but that would be for a third time.
First time was to answer a question.
Okay, we'll allow it. And then Alder Weary.
Well, I'd let Weary go first if you'd like, because he hasn't spoken.
Alder Weary?
Officer and the gentleman, Randy, thank you. I think as someone previously stated too, this has nothing to do with either gentleman. They're both fine people trying to better our city, in different ways. Alder Lefebvre mentioned you should go out there and see it, and I'm a firm believer in that as well. I like to eye it up and really get a feel for it. So I went out there with nobody else there and then walked it and looked at it, and all things considered, reading all the reports and all the work that planning did, I'm going to vote against it. That's just my thoughts on it. I can understand if you think it fits too, but for me, I just think it's a strong spot for it. Thanks.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Scannell?
Yeah, I'd just like to address a couple things brought up. One was, to delay this to work out more. I mean, the delays just mucks this up more. I mean, lawyers have been involved. Lawyers are involved now. Lawyers will be involved going forward no matter what. If we vote for this, they're going to be involved. If we delayed it, it'd be lawyers working this out, being involved. So delaying it doesn't help at all, and in my mind at all. And as far as the CUP, why would we need this to come back to us? There's nothing for us to decide anymore. I mean, we're not involved in the CUP. That's the Planning Commission. This is done for us. There's nothing to come back. If it gets through Board of Appeals, there's no more decisions for us to make. So I don't know why anybody would want this to come back. I don't understand. So I would really like to, for myself, I'd like to see this go forward. And all the technical aspects, that's for the technical experts to work out. For me, I like the idea of trying to figure out if a urban drive-through can work and how it should work. And this is a good test case. So thank you.
Thanks, Alder. So we do have a motion and a second to authorize
Mr. Mayor,
the CUP. Alder Lefebvre?
I just want to say that I'm not against drive-throughs or urban, it would be good if it was in another spot. Like I said, I did look at the situation and I just don't feel that it's my car might be able to make it. I have a small compact, but you have vehicles today that are really big. I'm just sorry. I just do not feel comfortable with doing it. And then we have problems down the road. I'm not talking about maybe some lawsuits. I'm talking about problems with people navigating that turn and the slant on the side of the building. It's just, to me, it's just not workable. I'm sorry. That's my take on it. And I'm going to vote no. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Like I said, we do have a motion and a second to authorize a conditional use permit with a couple conditions on there. So all in favor will signify by voting aye.
We use the board.
Yes, please.
Yep. There's a request to use the board and we will do so.
Mine will be a nay, Mayor. Alder Vanderleest.
All right. Thanks, Alder.
Mayor, I just point out that I'm abstaining, but for the same reasons as my aforementioned abstention.
Noted. Thanks, Alder.
Alder Stoyer, is yours popped up? I'm just waiting on a vote for Alder Stoyer.
You're muted.
I say nay.
So that item is successful, 7-4 with one abstention. On to item 3.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Corpus Dax. Was this pulled by Alder Johnson?
Yeah, I know there's someone here to speak on this, so I just make a motion to open the floor.
Second.
Motion to open the floor made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Scannell. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open.
Thank you. If you'd like to speak, please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the council.
Mr. Kesey, that's your cue.
Sorry. Good afternoon or good evening. Thank you for the time of allowing us to speak on this issue. We wanted to express, we've been through, this is our second city council for this. The first time it actually got pulled back to Plan Commission because there was supposed to be new evidence, different people speaking. And we did not have that. I know Alderman Weary might have had someone else that was going to speak or new information. I know he wasn't able to make the first meeting, so I understand that. But there was nothing new or new information. We just had the same individual that's been very vocal about it. And instead of having a 6-month, he recommended a 12-month probation period. The house across us is going to already approved for 6 months, and we're in the same scenario. That was the only change, and the only person that spoke at that. So we're asking to have that 6-month probation period back. We also created or drafted a letter really kind of talking about what we've been doing. The Officer Lent we've been working with sees no issues with the few items that have come up. We're also making improvements to the property to address any of those things with putting a fence in, other items. We do appreciate to the neighbors that are very supportive or are neutral as well. We want to be good neighbors. We want to be good to the community as well. So we do appreciate those individuals. I know we hear more from 1 or 2 neighbors that aren't happy, but we want to help to address them. We've also sent our contact, our cell phones, reach out anytime, and we want to make sure that they feel heard and anything that we can do besides the changes that we have made besides that. So those are really the items that we're making. And we're back here again, and that's why we're asking for the original recommendation from the Plan Council, because the only real change was one individual said, let's make it 12, and one individual said, okay, does anyone object? And it just kind of went through without any, after the floor was closed, so we had no chance to share anything else.
Well, thanks so much for your testimony, sir.
Could you also state your address? I'm so sorry, Mr.
Yeah,
Keegan.
sorry. 1961 Copper Top, here, Wisconsin, 54115. Thanks again.
Thank you, sir. Any other members of the public to speak on this item? Seeing none.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go ahead, ma'am. Just state your name and address.
Okay. Jane Woozencraft, 1133 Thorndale Street, Green Bay, Wisconsin, 54304. Yes, the original probation was for 6 months, but that ends, I believe, in June. And really, nothing's going to happen during the winter because we're all hibernating. So there's not going to be much happening at all. That's why we requested that the probation period extend through the end of December 2021, because that's more realistic. That's when there are going to be more Packer games and everything else going on. So that's all. We just requested an extension of that probation period. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any others?
Yeah, this is Drew Leatherbury.
Go ahead, sir.
My address is 461 West Briar Lane, Green Bay. I'm also one of the owners with Matt Kesey and Jeff DeGell. I just want to reinforce what Matt said. We are totally appreciative of the issues that were raised. We are asking for the 6 month because we do have currently a short a renter that's in there for the next couple. We will have it open back up, and we'll be taking additional tenants through the summer. And as Matt mentioned, we are addressing proactively the issues that were raised with the privacy fence, security cameras, additional communications, screenings for the tenants. The three of us are very active members in our community, business owners, realtors, involved in charities. We're very concerned about the experience that our neighbors have. So we just feel that it's important that we are distinguishing ourselves differently than maybe other short-term rental property owners are in that area. We've heard the message loud and clear. We're responding, and you can have certainty that we're doing everything in our power to make sure that our neighbors are comfortable. Appreciate you listening.
Thank you, sir. Any other members of the public?
Mayor, if I could just ask a question of one of the speakers.
Yes, go ahead, Alder.
Thank you. Mr. Kesey, if you could maybe speak to, clearly I would imagine you're going to have more rentals during the Packer season on those particular days, but what does your rental schedule look like throughout the rest of the year?
Yeah, so we have our rental, thank you for the question. Our rental schedule basically starts in March. I mean, we have the girls basketball tournament, we have some conventions. So really April, May is really when people start all the way through the Packer season. And then there's a couple month lull. That's why there's someone in there. That's a short-term rental for the couple months through this winter.
Okay, so really you're seeing rentals then throughout the year with the exception of those couple of months, I presume are January, February?
Yeah, and some of March, yes.
Okay.
Any other questions for our members of the public? Seeing none, entertain a motion.
Alder Galvin.
Alder Galvin.
You're muted. There you go.
Yep, I'm sorry. Mr. Kesey, if you and your partners are putting all this effort into being more responsive and better screening and everything else, what's the concern with an extended 6 months? I mean, if everything's working right, if you're doing everything right, then there should be no concern with it going for a 1 year period.
No, completely understand. I appreciate that question. I'm glad you asked it. The real concern is if there's small minor things. I mean, a lot of the calls that have been on there have been for small minor things that can hurt our record and what we're doing. So it's not the concern that we're going to keep having like large parties or there's going to be things along those lines, but it's that we're doing the right thing and that we are held to a fair standard. We're not asking for anything above and beyond or one way or the other, because there's never been a ticket warranted to us or anything like that. And the officers have said that we've handled everything appropriately and it hasn't been to a level where it's a nuisance or something along those lines. Okay.
And I guess I would follow that up then with what do you consider to be something minor that the neighbors should put up with?
Yeah. Like a noise complaint, whether it's subjective or not. I know there's a trash for a day that we had to talk to or day. There's been small little things. So again, we're letting everyone know about the noise. We're telling the city ordinance. I'm calling them ahead of time. So those are the things that, again, if that is something that's excessive, that's one thing, but I don't think it should be. Because I know
there's noise past 10 o'clock. Is that okay then? If there's noise past, keeping the neighbors up?
No, 10 to 8. We let them know they have to make sure that they're quiet, and those are the quiet hours of the city.
Okay. And you understand how the police department works? You get probably different officers there every time. So for them, that's the first time they've been there. I guess my concern is that, with rental properties such as yours, and I mean, any other type of entertainment type rental property like that, there's going to be a lot of people there, and their purpose to be there is to what? The party, Packer weekends, that kind of stuff. And there's a certain amount of noise and hooligan and stuff that goes on with that. But I guess my concern is the 6 months is up, and then all of a sudden Packer season's back here, and the neighbors are putting up with these kind of complaints again. And how is the city supposed to react to that?
Yeah, I imagine it'll be addressed again if that did happen. We do not want to come back here. We do not want to go through 4 meetings of like this again and have a risk of just what we're doing out there regardless.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate your answers.
Thanks, Alder. Any other questions for our residents?
Ms. Wozencraft.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. These minor little things that Mr. Kesey has mentioned are, you mentioned the noise, yes. People going to the bathroom in the backyard is I wouldn't consider that a minor little thing. And the foul language, it happens more than once. And my husband has talked to the people and they're quiet for a minute and then the foul language starts again. And we can't have our grandchildren, listening to that. And it's not pleasant seeing somebody urinating in the backyard. That's all. Thank you.
Any other questions from council?
I have one.
Alder Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Kesey, I appreciate, the work you've done to improve and your willingness really to try and improve things. And it sounds like you understand, what problems can roll out into the neighborhood and cause a lot of headaches. So I think with what you've put down and proposed and the willingness you've shown, I don't believe you'd have an issue if this goes to the end of the year, because I don't believe we're looking for nitpicky things. It would be the major issues. So I'm asking you, would it be all right if we just continue this to the end of the year? I have full faith that you're going to do your best to make sure nothing else happens.
Thanks, Alder. Mr. Kesey.
Yeah, I guess my response to that would be I would just open to consideration to kind of try to make something that's fair for both. So I know you're asking for the end of the year. I would reappeal to 6 months again. We don't want to come back to this. But again, I want to make sure that everyone's fair to the neighbors. We're respectful. So that would be my stance on that. I understand what you're saying, though, Alderman Weary.
All right, fair enough.
Okay.
Motion to close the floor?
Yes.
Second.
Motion to close the floor made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Weary. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed.
Mr. Mayor?
Alder Weary first, and then Alder Lefebvre.
Mayor, do I still have the floor?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Johnson, Weary, Lefebvre. Go ahead, Alder Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question for, I believe this would go to Assistant Director now, Cheryl Rainier-Wig. When Plan Commission took this up, I'm just curious why 6 months probation was given to 1135 Shadow Lane, but 12 months was given to 1136 Shadow Lane.
There were more complaints actually on the 1136 Shadow than there were on the 1135. There were more police calls involved. Not a lot. There were 3, I believe, in 20. But I think the neighbors had more of a concern for 1136 instead of 1135.
Okay, so were they substantiated police complaints? And the reason I asked that question is I read the report and a number of the items on there weren't actually related to the property.
No, there were 2 noise complaints in August and a disturbance at the end of August in 20. There was no enforcement action taken, but there, it was a disturbance in the neighborhood. So I wouldn't say we're egregious, but unless you're, a neighbor awakened by them, then they are an annoyance call.
Appreciate that explanation. I probably will have a motion, but I know there are others that wish to speak, so I'll let them go first. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm fine with what came out of Plan Commission. I believe it's the 12 months they adjusted it to. As you know, I probably have the most of these, at least that are visible, these types of properties, and it's been a growing experience, I think, for the neighborhood. Ever since the state pretty much stepped in and said we have to take them, we can try and regulate them as best we can, and that's what we're doing here. Take them, we want them to succeed, but be respectful to the neighbors. And it sounds like they really want to do that. Maybe it took those police calls. And I always tell neighbors, don't call me, call the police. Every time, just call. And if it's unfounded, it's unfounded. But a lot of times I'll get calls and I'll go out there, late at night and look at it. And I think it should stay a month. The laboring or should be with the person who has this permit in the neighborhood. Keep their feet to the fire. And it sounds like they really are trying to do the right thing, and I believe them. But if they're not, we have a tool in place to address it. So it's a tough thing, but I think 12 months is the way to go. Let it run through that Packer season, because it seems like once we get to kind of summer and into the Packer season, that's the key part. We'll there's not going to be much noise going on from now till April or May. Thanks.
Thanks, Alder. Alder LaFave?
Yes, I think this is for Attorney Bunger. I got a question on, I think it was stated that if we did a 6 months, it could take months to get any action related to if there's more problems. Is that right? Some kind of conditional on this, that if they had a 6 months but if there's an infraction, it has to be a valid infraction. It could be rescinded or extended then again.
At that point, if it's coming back in front of Plan Commission, then at that point it's being reviewed, and then there can be another extension made at that.
But it could take a month or the Plan Commission wouldn't to add another 6 months. Could it be done right there, or does it have to come back to council? Or I just want to know on time.
If I'm understanding correctly, yes. If Plan Commission makes that recommendation, it would go back to council.
So it'd be like a month leg there.
About.
Okay.
Depending when it comes in, the timing.
Yeah, it depends on the timing. But I believe for the majority of the year at this point, we have 2 meetings a month for council. So.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Johnson for a second time.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to offer up an amendment to revert this back to the original recommendation by the Plan Commission for a 6-month probationary period.
So we do have an amendment offered. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Seconded by Alder Stoyer. Further discussion? Speak to that, Mayor?
Yes, Alder Johnson, go ahead.
Thank you. The reason I'm doing this is because I'm a little concerned about the arbitrary nature with how we've assigned 6 months to one property and 12 months to the other. I do believe in fairness and equity, and I'm not sensing that that's occurring here. I read the reports and I appreciate the comments by Assistant Director Rainier Wigg, but when I look at those police reports, they seem awfully comparable to me in terms of the level of infraction. And so I would err on the side of making sure that we're equitable with how we're enforcing these probationary rules. And so that's why I'm offering the amendment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Alder. Any comments on the amendment?
Yeah, I would, Mr. Mayor.
Alder Weary.
I would, thank you. I would say to make it equitable, then we make both 12 months. I'm going to vote no, and if we want to make it equitable, make them both 12. Thanks.
Alder. Any others on the amendment? Okay, we do have an amendment offered and a second on that amendment. All in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay?
No.
Nay. No.
We will use the board.
I don't know how to vote on this.
Point of information, we are voting on the amendment, yes or no?
Amendment, correct.
Be a nay for me, Mayor.
Thanks, Alder
Vanderleest.
Mine is yes. Mine, that's not coming up. I have yes.
And that amendment fails 8-4. See, the original item is before us. That has been motioned and seconded. Further discussion?
If I could, Mr. Mayor.
Alder Weary.
Thank you. And it's not like these issues don't occur with other properties. Unfortunately, some neighbors are hesitant to call the police. They just fear retribution or whatever it might be. No matter my urgings, there's other properties around Lambeau that have these issues. And whether this is the case that you need to send a notice out there, hey, if you've got these rental properties, please be a good neighbor, or this could happen to you. And so I think that's what has to happen here. We want them to succeed, but we really, the neighbors were there first. They've lived there a long time, especially some of these neighbors, 40 years. Yeah. They come first. So we've got to make both of those work together. So thanks.
Thanks, Alder. All right, we do have a motion to approve. A second, Alder Dorf.
One last question for Alder Weary. Would you consider 9 months? I didn't vote for the 6 months because nothing's going on between now and June, but 9 months would give them, a couple months in the Packer season, August and September, just to compromise. Would you be at all supportive of that amendment?
Alder Weary?
Well, I think we should try the 12, and if that failed, then yeah, definitely we could try the 9.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so we do have a motion and a second. All in favor will signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. On to...
Mayor?
We're on to the Park Committee, Alder.
Oh, I noticed that Amanda Lee was in the queue. I don't know if she's still there or not. Maybe Celestine. She was on our report, the P&P report, and she showed up late. I just want to make sure she's not just waiting. That was on a license.
Thank you, Alder. Amanda Lee is here.
Yeah,
Ms.
she does.
She did unmute herself. Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
You can tell her that we move forward with that.
That it was approved? Is that what you're saying?
Appreciate that, Alder. Yes.
She was just waiting, and I don't want her to wait.
Yep. So, Ms. Lee, the Alder's just requesting that we notify you that your item has been approved.
Thank you guys very much.
You bet. All right, you have a good night.
You too. Thank you.
Okay, on to the Park Committee.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Dorf to approve report S, which is the report of the Park Committee from the meeting on January 13, 2021.
Point of order, Mayor. Are we on Finance Committee?
Yeah.
Oh, we are.
Yeah.
Move to approve finance.
Oh, my mistake. Trying to move too fast. Motion made by Alder Dorf, seconded by Alder Scannell to approve report R, which is the report of the Finance Committee from the meeting on January 12, 2021. Any items here to be handled separately?
Number 4.
How many we get? Oh my gosh, it's
Number 4. Any others? Hearing in favor of approving the remainder of that report, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Corpus Dax. The item was pulled by Alder Weary. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I apologize. This one snuck up on me, so I didn't see. It just says receive and place on file. Was there discussion at committee or a breakdown?
Yes.
I don't know who chairs that.
Yes.
Yeah, Alder Dorf. Alder Dorf.
Yes, we did discuss it, and a breakdown was provided, and it's there. Whether it's here, if it was in the agenda, every single penny was talked about, and Alder Lefebvre was fine with that.
Awesome. No, that's great. Appreciate it. Thanks. That one somehow escaped my attention, but thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Alder Lefebvre.
Yes, and I just want, the reason I brought this up is that I just want to make sure that the public can get this, that it be out there, because there are people, making a big deal about the money. And I just want to make sure that everyone could see where the money went, and it was spent very well. And I'm glad that and there was some left, and they're checking in and applying for the following, I think the primary that's coming up, so that they can get the PPE and the things that they need for that too. So Thank you. That's the only reason I brought it up.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Appreciate those comments. Any other comments on the item? Seeing none. Saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That item has been adopted. Park Committee now.
I made a motion.
That's right.
You did.
Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell.
Second.
Seconded by Alder Dorf on report S, which is the report of the Park Committee from the meeting on January 13, 2021. Any items here to be handled separately? 3? Any others?
Oh boy.
Item 3 will be handled separately. Hearing none others, all in favor of approving the remainder of that report, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved with the exception of item 3.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Dorf. The item was pulled by Alder Brunette, but Alder Story.
Mayor, could we take a 5 before this? It's going to be a while.
That's a reasonable request. We will take a 5-minute recess. Be back at 9:37.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oh, boy. Oh, gotta move.
Yeah.
I have to apologize before everyone. I didn't realize my mic was still on when we went from the open to the closed. I mean, closed to the open. And you heard me yell at my cat. She was at me all the while we were in the closed, bugging me, biting me. She wanted to be fed.
You have to feed her once in a while. You got to
Sounds
feed
like
her.
a nice kitty.
Yeah, she's a stinker. She bites me. She nips me. Oh, I'm sorry.
It is 9:37, so we're going to call the council back to order. We are on item 3 under the Park Committee's report. Alder Brunette,
Yes, thank you, Mayor. For those who are in the waiting room here at Zoom, thank you for waiting as long as you did. You got a firsthand experience in your city government, and look forward. I'm going to make a motion to open the floor, but before I do so, I think that there's a very long process that has been involved with this. When I made my motion at the Parks Committee, I think that some in the community interpreted my motion that I was looking to discontinue bike use at Hino Straw altogether. That is certainly not what I intended. Historically, we have always allowed fat tire bike and bicycling there. The question is, we're going to possibly expand permanently the use of the trails for additional bikers. I think that's where the conflict is with folks in the neighborhood who feel right, wrong, or indifferent Parks Department necessarily, but they feel like they were not adequately consulted before some of these major changes were being planned and implemented. So I'd like to make a motion to open the floor to hear from interested parties.
Second.
Motion has been made to open the floor. It's been seconded. The motion's been made by Alder Brunette, seconded by Alder Gerlach. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay.
Aye.
You guys have it. The floor is open.
Amy, can I speak, Alderman? Or
Just hold
Yes.
on. Just hold on, sir. Ms. Jeffries will kind of read through the list.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor. So first we have Heather Gentry or Gentry. Ms. Gentry, please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the council.
There we go. Good evening. Thank you for your patience. Heather Gentry, 249 County Street, Green Bay, 54301. I think everyone just kind of quick heard what Alder Brunette was saying. I think we need some clarification on the communication tonight. After attending the public comment meeting, the Parks Committee meeting, speaking with several cyclists as well as neighbors, I'm not sure everyone's completely clear what we are discussing tonight. If you could just reiterate, Alder Brunette, what are we talking about tonight, and what is the motion or the possible vote tonight?
Mayor, will you allow?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Try to direct everything through the mayor, just so you know. The motion isn't out there right now. It was a 2-2 vote. So after the discussion here, the public forum, any of the 12 city council members can make a motion. That motion could be basically anything, as a courtesy to me and those in the 12th district, because Hino Straw is in the district. I would ask that my fellow alders allow me to make a motion after the public hearing. Okay.
Ms. Gentry?
So then the discussion here tonight is pertaining to winter use fat bikes, all bike use. I mean, there's several issues here. I'm just wondering if we're going to pick one or if it's all over the place.
Mayor, if I could, just your 2 minutes of public testimony, you can basically explain your history with the park, your opinions on whether fat biking should be expanded or we should keep the existing use, any concerns about, changes to the trails, anything. I mean, really, it's anything. I think we basically limit public input to about 3 minutes. Is that correct, Mayor?
That is right.
Just your general thoughts as the council makes a decision on what to do.
Point of order, please, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Alder Gerlach.
It seems to me that, especially at this late time of the night, it would make much more sense to have a motion on the floor to which the citizens could respond rather than just invite them to talk about whatever comes to mind. I am prepared to make a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I move that.
Point of order. I think Alder Brunette had the floor. So if he has a motion, I would run through him first. Not apologies, but.
Yep. Well noted. Alder Brunette, do you have a motion?
Alder Gerlach, is that okay? I cannot respond to your email earlier in the day.
You saw my email?
Yeah,
That's the motion I want you and I both to support. Can you do that?
I did not read the email, to be honest with you. So, if I could make a motion, and I think it's a good motion that, you know, extends this a little bit, and again, everyone can comment on it. We can revise it if necessary. But my motion would be to continue biking use as historically available at Henesra Park and extend the quote unquote trial of expanded biking to May 15th, 2021, under the condition that the Parks Department and the user groups make no permanent or hard to reverse changes to the existing trails, vegetation, and animal habitats, and Parks Department to continue to locate possibilities for fat tire biking on the west side of Green Bay. And with that motion, I would want the Parks Department to continue to update the Parks Committee at every one of our monthly meetings.
Is that thumbs up signifying a second, Alder Gerlach?
Yes, I second the motion. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you to the alders, and thanks to Ms. Gentry for asking for a bit of clarification to guide the discussion. We have not started the clock on your testimony, so feel free to board now, Ms. Gentry.
If I can get a minute just to kind of figure out if I could come back to that, I'd appreciate that.
Sure. Yeah, we can slot you in at the bottom here.
Thank you much.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Gentry. I will come back to you. Next, we have Ryan Keelar. Mr. Keelar, please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the council.
Hello, my name is Ryan Keelar. I live at 1959 Evans Drive in Green Bay, Wisconsin, 54304. And I hope you can hear me okay. First off, Alderman, thank you for taking your time to discuss this. I think the motion put forward is a great improvement. My concerns coming into this were primarily around the verbiage saying to halt immediately the current trial or the current promotion of fat biking at Henesra. As many people are aware, fat biking is predominantly a winter sport. We are still waiting for snow. So we're just getting into the heart of the season to really put the trail to use. We've seen tremendous public support for it. I believe there's a way that we can do this amicably with all the neighbors where we can coexist peacefully and improve the park together. So I'd like to see the trail continue, and I agree the verbiage added with this new motion is a drastic improvement. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Keelar. Next, we have Fred Visti. Mr. Visti, please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the council.
Fred Visti, 112 West Florida Avenue, Little Chute.
Go ahead.
All right. I know I'm not currently a citizen of Green Bay. I lived at my family home, which still resides within walking distance of Henesra Park for approximately 24 years. Even after I moved outside the city, I continued to recreate at Henesra frequently over the past 13 years since I left the area. 37 years of experience has given me a great appreciation for this park. My hobbies include, but are not limited to, hiking, mountain biking, wildlife observation, and plant identification. I attended UW Stevens Point and obtained my Bachelor of Science in Forest Recreation. My love and passion for the outdoors was sparked in a number of ways through my time spent at this park. In hearing about the changes to the trail system at Henesra Park, I could only question why. Why has there been such a direct, sudden, and seemingly secretive approach to changing the management of this park? I've taken note of my direct observations and concerns with the changes that have taken effect. By promoting Henesra Park as a destination fat bike and mountain bike trail system, this will certainly increase use. The proposal for utilizing the almost 2 miles of bike trail will almost certainly increase erosion along the trail system at a significantly increased rate. For one biker to bike the equivalent of a trail system similar to Baird Creek, they will have to cycle almost 5 times to the proposed Henistra Trail. If a group of 10 bikers do a similar ride through the park, this would create an impact to the trail system to that of almost 50 bikers on this short trail segment. This makes me wonder what exactly is the carrying capacity of such a short trail system. With additional bikers utilizing these narrow trail corridors, traveling down steep graded fall lines on hillsides, and traveling through wetlands, I have personally observed increased erosion and rutting through these areas already. With so many people traveling through the park, there are certain to be additional interactions between bikers and non-bikers, especially at intersections. I'm concerned because bikers should always yield to pedestrians, and I've already heard of bikers ordering hikers, such as my mom, out of the way so they can quickly traverse the trail system. As a biker and outdoor enthusiast, I agree that it would be great to have a bike trail on the west side of Green Bay. I would further urge the council to investigate other options or locations where the environmental impact would be less by dispersion of the user base throughout a longer system. Perhaps by partnering with the tribe or investigating easements or acquisition of other property, I think this dream is possible, just not logical as such a small postage stamp of a property. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Visti. Ms. Gentry, are you ready?
Oh, my apologies. I was going to wait till further. Is that allowed?
Yeah, sure. I can take some other. I'll put you at the kind of at the bottom of the queue then. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you much.
You bet. Next, we have C. Whitman. Mr. or Ms. Whitman, please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the council.
Hello, my name is Catherine Whitman. I reside also at 112 West Florida Avenue in Little Chute, Wisconsin. I come from the same Hardy households that grew up just mere minutes from the park. I was a resident of Green Bay for 32 years and I moved to Little Chute 5 years ago. I continue to work in Green Bay on the west side of town and I visit Henistra Park on a weekly basis. In the fall, we saw an uptick of usage in the fat tire bicycles prior to any snowfall or ground freeze in the park during the day, as well as organized night rides when the fat tire bicyclists mount their lights on their helmets and ride through the park at night. After seeing the damage done to the trails, especially in the wetland area, and trees marked for removal, which have since then been removed for new trails for the bikes, which run within a foot of a fox den. We were determined to understand if this was sanctioned by the city. From there, we discovered the fat tire group bikes and the proposals in the mix for the council meeting that occurred last week. In December, we did our best to inform the neighbors of the park to ensure that they were aware of these changes by going door to door and meeting with visitors of the park and collected petition signatures, which I believe have been submitted to Alderman Burnett. Many of the responses we received were based on the safety of the walkers at the intersections, including children and senior citizens, and whether the fat tire bikers would come in, do their damage, and get bored of the park. As was cited previously, it takes about for 2 miles, it's about 10 minutes or so to get through the loop. So if you go do that for about an hour, you're going to be going about 5 times around the park. So whether or not it really makes sense that they want to run in circles, that was one of the second things that really came to mind to some of the people we spoke to. And then during last week's meeting and tonight, the trial period seems to be determined that the fat tire bikers would only use the trails after a snowfall, similar to ski trails. If not for the presence of seeing the increase of usage evidenced by the biker groups and the erosion on the trails, it shows that this activity is not being limited to the purposes of these bikes, which are, as advertised, are from dunes to drifts and snow to sand. Fat tire bikes give you the incredible traction anything, anytime, for any reason. Again, snow and sand, and indeed no snow at the time. This does not seem to be an activity that they're adhering to for this purpose of this particular bike. So if they're limiting their activities after the ground has frozen and a layer of snow creates that buffer, that impact may be less. With the usage during the trial, we are seeing a significant erosion in the trails, which impact not only the ecosystem health, but it impacts the safety and enjoyment of the walkers and the hikers on the trails. If the trial period is extended, I seriously hope an impact study is considered by an independent source and that it is conducted. I appreciate your time and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Whitman. Next, we have Julie Visti. Please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the council.
My name is Julie Visti. I live at 1424 Baumgart Road in Green Bay.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I have been using these trails for 40 years and have not had any issues until recently. During that time, I have walked the trails with my spouse, children, my grandson, and alone, and I've always felt safe on these trails. It is a legacy for families in a safe and natural environment. As a hiker, the park is so appreciated for its diverse plant and animal populations. Senior citizens use these trails every day, and families bring their children here. I have met numerous hikers on the trail who have all expressed their fondness and appreciation for this park, and the many who are now bringing their grandchildren. Among the diverse people I have met, a soldier running in full gear, keeping in shape for deployment to a special assignment the next day. A grandmother with her granddaughter, thrilled to identify a pileated woodpecker, and 2 Vietnam vets who walked the trail. The article posted by the bikers, Natural Resource Impacts of Mountain Biking by Gary International Biking Association, is an article posted by the bikers regarding scientific research on bike trails. It is questionable, written for a single interest group. It does not address a small neighborhood park and its high use impact on these trails. The Fat Tire Bikers, a single interest group, is trying to educate a diverse population of users about the park and are not listening to their concerns. This is a small park. When a group of bikers exercises in the small park, the impact on the safety of hikers, snowshoers, and runners is involved. Yelling to your left or to your right or coming through on a narrow trail is a warning to get off the trail. Bikers have taken the right of way. Also, exposed roots are being chopped or cut off on the trail in certain areas, opening up the trees to disease. We are already dealing with oak wilt disease, emerald ash borer, and gypsy moth. Perhaps impact studies are needed that relate to increased trail usage with a high increase of bikers in a small park. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Visti. Excuse me. Next, we have Matt Berg. Mr. Berg, please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the council.
Berg, 3090 Sandia Drive. I represent a group of cyclists who not only enjoy the usage of the park for cycling year round, whether it's on regular fat bikes, mountain bikes, or cyclocross bikes. Everyone that I have interacted with from a non-cyclist perspective has always been more than gracious to us and have been more than welcoming to us on the trails through the last 40 years that I've ridden on these trails, like everybody else has used them apparently. Until recently, I got, thanks for being polite. Thanks for being considerate of other trail users. And all of a sudden there's a huge turning point. And I'm concerned that someone is trying to spearhead a fashion of not allowing us to ride in a park that has been utilized for decades, as it has been. I've never experienced a bad situation except for those with dogs not on leashes. I think the need to have a mountain bike park in West Green Bay is necessary. And I think Hunistra is a perfect place. Many people say, how can 2 miles be a big enough loop for you to do a lap and enjoy it? That trail system in Hunistra Park has such variety that allows for everybody to enjoy a little bit of what makes mountain biking a sport that we all participate in. On another note, I would like to add that most of us cyclists do also run. We also hike, we snowshoe, cross-country ski, and we do care about Mother Nature, the wilderness, and the animals inside of the park as much as any of the next person. I recommend that you follow through and allow mountain biking and cycling to continue in this park as it has for the past 40 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berg. Next, we have Kurt Swishow. Mr. Swishow, please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the council.
Hello, Kurt Swishow, 142 North Broadway. I appreciate the discussion here. I appreciate everyone's time. I also appreciate that we can keep some perspective. I know a lot of us have a lot of passionate ideas about how the park should be used, but we are talking about discussing how people are going to recreate in a park. So in the end, it's really not a life or death situation. But I agree with Matt. I similarly have been cycling in the park for 30 years. When I was 15 years old, I used to ride over to my grandma's place on Henesra Trail and visit her, and I would go do a couple laps in the park. It's always been a nice place to ride, but it's always been a little bit of wild, wild west, like a lot of unmaintained trails, kind of unofficial trails. There's really no rhyme or reason. You'd go one time, there might be one trail here. You'd go another time, there might be another trail there. There was riding through the wetlands. There was rutting. There was erosion. I think the only changes that are being proposed right now are really in the name of trail stewardship, getting rid of some of the the more poorly laid out trails, rearranging them in a more sustainable manner that reduces trail erosion. Any human use in the park is going to result in erosion, whether it's hiking, walking, dog walking, or cycling. Human-powered recreation across all those methods really shows no variance in the amount of erosion that we see. Fortunately, all those uses are far less than motorized recreation. But I agree with Matt. All groups have been getting along in the park nicely for decades. There's no reason all groups can't continue to get along nicely in the park for decades. And I think it makes sense to make small common sense changes to combat trail erosion. So thanks for the consideration. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Swishow. Next, we have Andy Whitman. Mr. Whitman, please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the council.
Hey, my name is Andy Whitman. I live at 112 West Florida Avenue, also in Little Chute. I used to live in Green Bay on 1264 Chicago Street, and lived there for about 5 years. And I did a fair bit of mountain biking. And I want to first say I appreciate you allowing me to speak. And I still visit Green Bay from time to time, not quite as much of an avid mountain bicyclist these days, but that's due to some of the things I'm hearing from some of the bicyclists here, where hard to find trails that are near you. When I did bicycle, I met a lot of people in the bicycling community, and they were delightful. And one of the things that we would do, we made sure to find suitable bike trails that we could ride at. And so we went to Beard Creek, went to reforestation camp, and in some cases, it's quite a bit of a drive. What I didn't do was go down the street to Joanne's Park and ride around on there, although the East River Trail goes through there, so it's paved and wouldn't have caused nearly as much erosion. But the thought never would have crossed my mind to go to a park like Henesra, which I visited several times, and I still go to the area. It just was not. It's clearly, if you've ever been there, it's a fun little loop, but for pedestrians walking, I can't imagine doing serious mountain biking and having to on walking trails and walking trails like that. And one of the things I appreciated the motion that you presented, and one of the things you mentioned was study the erosion and figure out what damage is being done. But you can clearly see there's already increased damage. And so talking about being on the trails for the past 30 or 40 years, I'm pretty confident that the fat bike tires and fat tire bikes were not quite as popular 30 or 40 years ago as they are now. And I think increased usage has contributed to that also. So we're not saying eliminate all bikes, and I think we're looking for other answers. And to me, it just seems crazy that not wanting to find a proper trail system that works. And in my experience, it just made so much sense. I didn't even consider going to a park down the street because it was nice to ride at, because they weren't suitable for bikes. And it seems like Hinesra isn't suitable for the type of usage that we're seeing today, which from what it sounds like is very different from the usage that has been more leisurely over the last 30 to 40 years, especially since I've never seen any pictures of fat tires from back then. I'm sure a few existed, but not nearly like today. So I think today's damage and usage has increased quite a bit, and it just doesn't seem like expanding the use beyond what it's been used for really makes a whole lot of sense. And I would like to visit the park again. I'd like to walk through it, and I'd like to experience the nature a little bit as it's intended on such a small parcel of land. It's not really suitable for biking. So I'd rather use it for what it is suitable for and use other parks that are more suitable for bikes. But that's my viewpoint. And again, I would like to visit. The park's not just for people who live in the immediate area. I lived across town and I visited the area. Now I don't even live in town, still visit the area. I guarantee you, people from Appleton go to Green Bay all the time. People from Green Bay probably go to Appleton to go to our parks. And it's for everybody. Everybody uses it, and we contribute.
Thank you, Mr. Whitman. Your time has expired.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Thank you. Next, we have, excuse me, Sauls. Sauls, please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the council.
Yes, my name is Jason Salzwedel. I live at 3100 North Gothic Circle, Green Bay, Wisconsin, 54313. I've been a 19 or 18-year resident of this district right here near Hinesra Park. I've been using Hinesra Park for running, biking since I moved here. It is a small park, but it has quite a diverse terrain to it, which makes it challenging, but not so challenging as, say, Baird's Creek, which actually in some cases scares some bikers away. So from that perspective, it does offer some things to the local community that we don't get elsewhere. A rideable trail that's also challenging. I appreciate Alderman Brunett's adjustment to the motion. I think, we're a little concerned after coming out the Parks Committee meeting, and I sent a few notes out to that, so appreciate listening to that. I think we need to give this a fair trial. As was stated, we have not had snow yet this year. Without snow, bikes they're going to wander throughout the park system. If we can get snow, get both the ski trails and the bike trails groomed appropriately, it will force the bikes to adhere to the trail system that has been marked and designated. It will keep the skiers on that. That will provide safety for all, for folks as well. And hopefully make for a better enjoyment for everybody involved in the park system. Again, a designated trail system is much safer than just a chaotic trail system that we've had historically. We've been biking there. That's probably not going to go away. And designating it and making it right for everybody is probably the best and safest approach. So thank you for your time, and appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sauls. Next, we have, I believe, Amy Ottens. Ms. Ottens, please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the council.
It's actually Rod Ottens. I live at 1623 Coronation Court, Green Bay, Wisconsin, 54313. First of all, I just want to say thank you to Mr. Burnett for extending that, because that was one of the big things that I said. I'm an educator by trade, and if we need to change behavior, if we're going to change behavior, trial period long enough, because in 4 to 5 weeks that Mr. Burnett said that there was, I didn't think that was long enough. We also need better signage. Currently, there's only 2 big signs that are on the far sides of the park. We need some that are right by in the parking lot and over by the entrance off of Oakwood Drive. I think if there's more signage there, then people, the users of all activities, are going to be able to understand which trails are for which. Because currently there's nothing in the parking lot, which it does indicate that there's go look at the sign, but people aren't going to take the time to do that, whether you're a walker, biker, hiker, runner. Also, this would allow the trial that Mr. Burnett just extended to May would give us time to voice opinions. Because right now, I really honestly believe that, so just like Jason Salsuito said, there was no snow. Cross-country skiers haven't had to interact with us at this point in time. So really, they have no say in that. So I think giving this extension would. If we don't get much snow, I think it should be pushed off to even 2022. One of the other things that I feel that needs to change, and I've wrote this into a letter, is a bigger issue than the actual safety of the bikes. It's the dogs that are off the leashes. We are biking or walking by snowshoe. There are constant dogs that are off their leashes coming up to us. If you're not a dog lover, there's a chance you could be bit, which my wife got bit on Hinisra Road, not even close to there, but now she's nervous to even go in there by herself because she's been bitten. So with those dogs being off leashes, that's more of an issue than the safety issue, I think, from coming from the bikers that are crossing paths. We also need better signage within the park, because I think that there's going to be paths that we cross. There need to be bigger signs so everyone can see them, because especially with the bikers, some of them are small, hard to see when you are traveling at 6 to 8 miles an hour. I hope that there's more consideration if we don't get any snow to continue that there's fat biking in the area, because I truly believe that we can coexist. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ottens. Next we have Jamie and then Jordan, and then we will have Heather Gentry. And I see Mr. Suisao is here for a second time. So next we have Jamie. Jamie, please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the council.
Hi, this is Brandon Sosevsky, not Jamie. Jamie's husband here.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I hijacked the computer from. I guess on our side of this, and obviously, 2772 Oakwood Drive in Green Bay, Wisconsin. We are local, or I guess local, everyone's local here. Most people are local. Park Daily, I guess, one of our big griefs with the process to date is just sort of the timeline of when this started. It's been brought up to a lot of people's attention that the trial has only been in place for a couple weeks, or I think the guy said 5 weeks or something like that. I guess this was originally brought up by the Parks Department in January of 19. There was no action on it until December of 19, when we noticed they were starting to groom trails out here. At that point in time, they did not have the snow dog groomer. They were dragging tires around on the trails to pack the trails down. At that time, they had group rides. March of 2020, there was, I guess, a parks committee in which James acknowledged just that. Multiple groups of 20 riders out there 2 times a week. And I guess we just feel that it's been stated by this point in time over and over again, just the park size, a 1.8 mile loop. I mean, you get 20 bikers in there. You can ask if you work, but sometimes it just doesn't mean that you should make it work. I am a mountain biker. I mountain bike at Bear Creek every summer. And I mountain bike at Hinisra. I guess the difference between that is the occasional mountain biker out there from time to time isn't an issue. It's when you get these coordinated group rides and all of a sudden it's a destination, bikers to come, and it's advertised online. There's a lot of bikers in there on, say, a Wednesday night, and it really lights up the park, and it does deter the local residents from going on Wednesday nights. Not only that, I guess another big concern is the first time the residents received a letter on any of this, if they did not seek out the information, was December 23rd of 2020. It's almost a year after all this started, and it was after they made all new trails, dug into the side of the hills out there to make new trails. Like it was mentioned before, cut down trees. All this work happened before the first outreach to the actual neighbors in the area even occurred. So I guess that's sort of our main side with the whole process. I guess not only that, but it was mentioned in March that the Fat Tire Bike Group, which is highly organized, it's great, but they made a donation of a $4,000 grooming machine. And having received our notice in December after everything has already been changed, it seems a lot less like a trial and sort of a rushed decision to go ahead and change the entire park. So I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Jordan. Jordan, please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the council.
Yes, this is Jordan Follett, 1377 Sand Acres, 54115. I just wanted to voice a comment saying about the environmental impacts of recreation in general at the parks, and potential negative people in general. I think I'm speaking for everybody from mountain bikers, skiers, snowshoers, don't want bad environmental impacts in general. So having things where trees are cut down or bad environmental impacts are occurring, that's not the wish of any mountain biker, skier, or whoever. Everyone wants to have a good place to go that's environmental friendly to wildlife and nature in general. Another point, I would want to agree with Andy Whitman saying that the trails are for everybody. And when we say everybody, it should mean everybody, not just a certain subset of the population, whether or not you're a walker, snowshoer, dog walker, biker, or whatever. And just wanted to voice my support. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Follett. Next, we have Heather Gentry, and then Ryan Gomans, and then Kurt Swishow for a second time. Ms. Gentry, please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the council.
Thank you. Heather Gentry, 249 Kenny Street, Green Bay, 54301. So for those of you alders that I'm not familiar with yet, my name is Heather Gentry. I'm the director of the Green Bay Bicycle Collective. We are an education and advocacy group for cyclists and pedestrians, because at the end of the day, the vast majority of us are pedestrians. With this debate, I'm hearing a lot of different concerns from the neighbors and cyclists alike. I just want the neighbors to know that we hear you loud and clear. Nobody should feel unsafe in our parks. And we've made it very clear to other cyclists to be respectful of everybody out there. And there's etiquette. There is cycling etiquette out there that you yield to the slower vehicle. In this case, it'd be hikers and pedestrians. We will continue to educate lesser experienced cyclists when they're out there. The fact of the matter is bikes have always been allowed out here. I think bikes have only been around, less than a decade. So that's definitely a newer type of bicycle that you'll see out there. And fat bikes aren't just meant for snow. They're actually meant for any kind of terrain, but they do very well on snow, which makes them so attractive in the Midwest. I kind of want to just point out quickly about the environmental concerns. I know that the Parks Department, I believe James is on this call tonight as well, James Anderson from the Parks Department, and I asked him to correct me if I'm wrong on some of these things. But when it came to building new trails, a plan for the parks was approved in July of 2020, the Parks, Recreation, and Open Spaces Plan. And I invite the neighbors to look at that plan because there's quite a bit about Hunisra and possible expansion. This is something, if it really concerns you, you should talk to Burnett and the Parks Department about this plan that has been approved. The trails that have been extended, I believe it was just one serious trail, and they do look off-putting when you see it put in. The vegetation will come back, and once those trails are stabilized, there will be very little erosion. They're intended, and they have been built to the International Mountain Bike Association's specifications, so they're stable. In the back corner where it is wet, I believe that the intention is to take those trails out or away from bicycle use because they are soft soils, and we don't want to impede on those soils and cause any degradation to any wetlands or lowlands. As far as the fox den, I believe that the director from the Wildlife Sanctuary went out and inspected that area and saw no problem with a footpath or a bike path near it. Foxes are pretty resilient, and it was actually more of a concern of dogs scaring off wildlife than people. Ultimately, I'm going to try and make this real quick. We're talking about a public park that some new groups are interested in using. I spoke with two of the larger bike shops in town, asked them how many times they were having these group rides out there. And in the last year, it was about 9 times with these organized fat bike groups. 9 times out of 365 days, I don't think is an excessive amount to be using that for a different group of people. I don't want to use up everyone else's time. I know it's getting late, so I guess I'll close it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gentry. Next, we have Mr. Ryan Gomans, then Kurt Swishow, and then Kathy Amundson. Mr. Gomans, please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the council.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to say a couple words today. So I'm Ryan Gomans, address 2765, Green Bay, Wisconsin, 54311. I've lived in Green Bay for almost 40 years. As soon as I could start riding a bike, I recall riding at Hinistra trails with my family. Enjoyed those times, and now today I enjoy the opportunity to ride my bike at Hinistra with my family, just the same as I did as I was growing up. I've always loved Hinistra Park. I feel it's a really safe place to ride. The benefits of being able to ride at a local park as just opposed to on the city streets are away from traffic and just the general safety that Hinistra Park has provided and always has provided throughout my time in Green Bay. These neighborhood parks, I feel, really should be accessible for everyone, not just for a specific recreation type activity. The recreation being proposed, biking, being a human-powered sport. I think Kurt Schwieso brought up earlier in the call today about the impact and the environment of those. And I think the parks should be open for anyone in those recreation forums that are human-powered. Again, really just my comments here are in support of biking. I've enjoyed the privilege to be able to bike throughout my entire life, and hope we can continue to keep that privilege accessible for myself, my family, and the entire community. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Gomans. And now we have Mr. Swishow again. Mr. Swishow, please unmute yourself and state your name and address. No, you don't have to state your name and address. So sorry. Please unmute yourself and start speaking. Thank you very much.
Thanks. I just wanted to kind of, after hearing further discussion, mainly about the park size. I think it's been said many times that, the park is tiny. I think the phrase postage stamp was used. It's a little park. There's no room for bikes. It's a 55-acre park. That's pretty substantial. And in fact, there are a lot of mountain bike trail systems that are contained in parks of a similar size. I sent a letter out to the alderman indicating that I've been working with the town of Ledgeview to develop some mountain bike trails in a similarly sized chunk of property. And step one was to talk to a few professional trail builders. And I asked them, look, why don't you give me some guidance? How many miles of trails can we fit in? And they said, well, very easily 10 to 20 trails, or 10 to 20 miles of trails in a 55. It surprised me, but the 2 miles of trails at Hinistra are not going to, they're going to fit in there very nicely. It's granted, I'd love hundreds of acres, but 55 is fine. So there's plenty of room for those 2 miles, and it is a short trail system. So, nobody's going to go there and ride for hours and hours. But I think it's these short trail systems that aren't necessarily local destinations that are really great for the local community. You can go get a short ride or a short hike or a short trail run or a short ski and have a good time, get a little dose of nature, kind of get your endorphins going, and then get back to the real world. So I actually think it's small local parks like Unisra that are really important. The other thing, really, Heather covered a lot of this also. But, the work that's been done, again, is to create a more sustainable trail system. Heather mentioned the IMBA trail standards. That's International Mountain Bike Association trail standards. They've got very hard and fast rules for grades that can be used, side cuts, which are appropriate for running trails across a grade. But also, Heather spoke to trail etiquette. Under no circumstances should a cyclist yell at a pedestrian to get off the trail. I'm sure that has happened. I'm sure people have had that experience. It should not happen. So I think that better trail stewardship and some of these group rides are a really great way to teach basic trail etiquette to newcomers to the sport. I think the increased usage is due to the pandemic, people wanting to get outside. So you've seen increased use on the part of hikers, cyclists, all across the map. So a lot of these interactions are becoming more common. But also mountain biking, fat biking has really grown in popularity, more fat biking recently. But as you get more newcomers to the sport, it's really important to have some of these group rides present so that you can mentor newcomers to the sport and teach them about what's appropriate and what isn't. And to touch on one final point, if there are roots being cut on the trail, again, that is an absolute should never happen. You're absolutely right. Those trails are important, the roots are important for the health of trees. So if that's happening, the Parks Department should know about it, and we want to try to get to the bottom of who's doing that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, Mayor Gendrick, are you present? Can I just make a statement real quick?
Yep, I'm here. Alder, go ahead.
Mr. Sweezel, great points. Love all your points. But I think out of sake of fairness, I mean, if we're going to allow someone to speak twice for 3 minutes each, I think we then need to make a commitment to allow people to speak 6 minutes. Not trying to be snarky with that comment, but I think we need to be fair if people decide they want to speak longer than the 3 minutes. Thank you.
Did I speak longer than 3 minutes?
Go ahead, Ms. Jeffries.
I think you did.
Thank you, Mayor and Alder Burnett and Mr. Sweesow. Next, we have Kathy Amundson. Ms. Amundson, please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the council.
Hi, my name is Kathy Amundson. I live at 1973 Mulberry Lane, Green Bay, Wisconsin, 54303. I do agree the park is for everybody. It's a city park. I would like to see it kept as it's always been used. There's been bikes in there, there has been walkers in there, and there's been skiers in there. But when you start talking about a regional destination and you're pulling people in from all over the place, I know everybody's sick of hearing the park is too little. I really do think the park is too little. We've always had bikes in there. One time we had a car trying to drive through there. But when you have 20 bikes and they just keep coming and coming, and then somebody tells somebody else that, hey, this is a really cool park, because it is a really cool park, then you might have 40 bikes in there. There was one bike group that took the survey. They had 702 people on their list. I like the bikers. I've talked to the bikers. It's just too little to have it a regional destination. So if you could keep it as the existing use, I think that would be great. Everybody would probably be happy because there's quite a few bikes in there right now. So please just try not to make it a regional destination. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Amundson. Next, we have Ryan Jolly. Mr. Jolly, please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the council.
My name is Ryan Jolly, and I live on the east side of Green Bay over in 54311. I actually work right over by Henesra. I would like to start by saying the size of the park is part of the beauty of it. My son just took up mountain biking this past year. He's 6 years old, and part of the reason he loves this park is that it's a short loop. Can actually get through the whole thing without being overly tired before getting hangry or anything like that. I mean, he loves it. It's got challenging hills that he can do, some that really push him and he can't do quite yet. And it's got some fun little downhills for him. We've been looking into fat bikes for him, and either this winter or next winter, we'll be getting him one, and he's already talking about biking that park. I know it's in its infancy as far as the trial period goes, but I think they've done a really good job keeping the trails separate and keeping the bikers and the skiers and hikers separate. You only cross in a few spots, and like in winter especially, there's no vegetation, so you can clearly see intersections. You can look for walkers. And yes, all bikers know the etiquette that you need to let people know. Generally, if you're coming up behind someone, which when the trails are separate, you don't, but you slow down, you call out, hey, I'm coming up behind you, or excuse me, something like that, and then you pass them respectfully. All bikers have this etiquette, at least any that I've seen. The biking community is made up of really good people that know this type of stuff. In regards to erosion, the wonderful thing about fat biking is when you go, generally the ground's going to be frozen or there's a hard snowpack to protect the ground. And if there are areas of erosion, again, this is just the trial period. It's something that can be fixed. It's trial and error. If there's some problem areas, maybe they'll reroute it. It's going to be a work in progress. Any park, any recreational activity, it just requires maintenance. And I think that's something that the biking community or the parks, anyone can work together to keep this park in good shape and minimize any environmental impacts. And as far as too many people on group rides or the increase of people in the parks, I just want to say that's a good thing. We should get into the parks. If there's 20 or 30 bikers there, that's 20 or 30 people that wouldn't have gotten out to enjoy Henesra. And it's a beautiful park. And yeah, I just want to say, getting upset about that.
Thank you, Mr. Jolly. I believe our last speaker, Mayor, is Ryan Keelar. Mr. Keelar, please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the council.
Hello, thank you again. I spoke earlier. I just had a quick follow-up question for Alderman. As I understand it, the trial didn't originally have an end date. The original motion put in by the party to end it, the adjusted motion with which this discussion has been to put a 3-month term on that trial. Can you speak to how you envision the process going forward for these next 3 months, as well as after that? You know, what kind of processes will to continue the discussions? Thank you.
Mayor, will you want me to make those comments when we return to regular order?
Sure, I'd entertain a motion to return to regular order.
Second.
Seconded by Alder Scannell. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, nay. We are back in regular order of business. Appreciate all the testimony from the public. Alder Brunette, you have the floor.
Mr. Mayor, I will try to keep my comments right. With about 100 people at least, it's hard to keep track of, and want to let the committee know that, or the council know that Ms. Vista mentioned that she circulated a petition. She over the weekend received 19 signatures with a petition to save Henesra trails and under the subject line, it said, keep the trails as they are for runners years. So basically maintain the park the way that it has been for years. Another constituent had the same petition that she circulated, received 49 signatures. So between the two of them, 68. So I think that the main issue at hand is the neighbors feel that they were not properly communicated with in regards to this change. One of the constituents here who spoke, he actually looked up a previous Parks Committee meeting where this was first introduced, and as he said that what I said, and now that I come to think of it, I do remember this, was that when introduced the idea of putting Hina Straw as a trial basis for mountain bikes or bike expansion, I said, make sure you let people know in that area, because I know from representing the area that park is a jewel in the neighborhood and the city. There are very few parks like that in our city. So it's something to be preserved. So coincidentally, the constituents who brought forward this idea with Alderman Stoyer have since from the wanting fat tire bike usage to be expanded at they looked at it, they've been out there, and they believe that it's just not the right place for it. So my motion that I made was basically to find some common ground after all of my conversations. If I gave the impression that I wanted to end biking as it stands now, that was a wrong motion. I spoke extemporaneously, probably created a lot of consternation in the public with the intention. I think for now, the way that it is, and then if we're going to extend this trial period until May, we really need the Parks Department to have a comprehensive plan. It just feels like we put the trial in place. The fat tire bike people and the bicycling groups are ecstatic, as they should be, if that's their primary desire for that park. And now, there's great plans to expand it, and it's almost like now we're trying to justify it into that decision. And I don't mean any disrespect to anyone involved in the process. But think of the Green Bay Packers, right? When the Green Bay Packers first started here, they were playing at City Stadium, then Lambeau Field, and now even greater and expanded Lambeau Field. So it's sort of like for my constituents who live in that park, who have grown accustomed to walking the trails for years, they're concerned what the Green Bay Packers would look like 5 years from now. They're growing accustomed to something. If we make it a regional draw, do we really think about this long term? What are the long-term environmental impacts, long-term effects on the animals and the wildlife there? I think we could maybe accommodate it for a few years, but we don't know where this is going. And without a comprehensive plan that's a little more well thought out, a little more engaging to the local people in that neighborhood, a little more engaging to the fat tire bike people, I don't want to permanently alter a park into something that it is currently not, and not do so in a very haphazard way. So a couple of things I just quickly want to go through a list because I had some thoughts when I was reaching out to people and talking to them. The lack of a public awareness. One thing, I've heard this from a few people who say, well, the neighborhood people are saying it's our park, so we don't want anything different from our park. And granted, perhaps they do take a rather involved interest in the park, but let's just remember, as a city government, we want our residents to be involved with their local park, their neighborhood park. We want them to take some sort of ownership that helps build community around a cultural entity. A lot of our neighborhood associations are named for parks. A lot of our neighborhood associations meet in the parks. Think of any of your neighborhood parks in your district, a little tiny park. All of a sudden, there's a drastic change in use of what has historically been a use of that park. A lot of your neighbors and constituents would be equally concerned. So I think there's a level of compromise here. One thing to keep in mind, the survey, I'm hoping you all watched the Parks Committee. The survey that went out to the entire community, there were a lot of people that didn't get that survey. I don't think it was a fair representation of a sample, because it seemed like it went to a lot of the biker groups who have a very large Facebook following. and they're able to generate a lot of results that might skew the results a little bit. That's about it. I think my motion's a good one. To answer the gentleman's question, I anticipate working very closely with the Parks Department. The Henos Trail Group have created a Facebook group. I think long-term we need a neighborhood association for that park, and we need to really engage the neighbors. They're not against biking. They've had biking there for 40 years. They're just concerned, as I said, about the Green Bay Packer philosophy. What will a fat tire bike look like at that park if we don't regulate it properly and we don't regulate large group rides? So I'm looking forward to some compromise. I will personally be involved with it. For any issues with lack of public awareness and notice, I will work hand in hand with the Parks Department and all the neighbors and bikers to work on something. But I really think we shouldn't make any permanent altered plans to the trail system, to the vegetation, to the wildlife habitat. That happened. I don't know if that was not ill intent by anyone. It's just that you have to understand how people feel about that change when for years the natural habitat of the park is something that people admire the most about it. So with that, I think the motion I have is valid. It extends this conversation a little bit, lets people be heard. And to be fair to the bikers, they have shown a willingness to engage the community, to police themselves, to let their members know, hey, respect the park, respect the people in the park. They've also offered to clean out invasive species like plants and things like that. There's a lot of sensibility with the folks I've spoken to, and I don't sense that there's nothing that we can't figure out. We can extend this discussion until May 15th and do a lot of work in between now and then. So,
thanks, Alder.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm going to go to Director Ditchide and/or Assistant Director Anderson, just to kind of provide a little bit of an overview from the Parks Department's perspective. I know a lot of work spent both your parts and by other members of staff. So just to offer your overview and any reaction to some of the testimony that we've heard tonight or comments of alders.
Sure, I can start out, and then if James has anything to add to the conversation, he can jump in. But from the beginning of this project, the intent was to work with the neighborhood and work with the bikers to find something that would work for everybody. So that's always been our intent. And, if I recall from last year's discussion, the controversy all started because we didn't have a separate trail system for the fat tire bikers. And there was some conflicts with those cross-country ski trails last winter. And that's what began this whole conversation. And so we are in the trial period still. We haven't had much snow to really see if the separate trail system that we put together is going to work well in the winter months. We're hopeful that it will. We're definitely willing to continue to investigate it and to bring back alternate suggestions or listen to feedback over the next few months. So I really am in favor of Alderman Brunette's proposed motion. I think that that's the right direction moving forward. I know we've gotten a lot of input, both pros and cons on this matter, and I think we really do need to take a real in-depth investigative look at the trail system that's out there now as of what we put together and just see how well that functions. And if there are problems, we can tweak it and we can find solutions, hopefully. And if not, then we can reevaluate the entire system and how the bikers interact with it. So,
Mayor, could I ask a quick question? Is that okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Director Ditchide, would you agree then to not do any major alterations to the trails as they stand now? And I think that's a lot of the frustration for the neighbors. They're like, what the heck are we doing? Holes.
Yeah, I think James can speak to this more because he's actually been out there more recently than I have to look at what's out there. But I don't see a reason for us to do any major renovations to the trail system at this time. We have a system put in place. Let's see how it works. And then come springtime, we'll see how, what's happening with erosion and see what needs to be addressed at that point.
Thank you.
Assistant Director Anderson, any comment? Okay. Hearing none.
Yeah, I mean,
oh, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, just real quick. I mean, pretty much consistent with what Dan said, but, I actually do agree. I think the trial period, essentially it was voted at the November 18th Park Committee meeting to do this trial, which actually didn't go to council until December 1st. So, as a department, we started working on this trial and getting everything prepared the first couple of weeks with signage and, which trails we would do and looking at how we can designate the various user groups to accommodate everybody. And honestly, it is a short trial, especially when we've had essentially only one snowfall. And now if anybody's been out to the trails lately, as I'm sure a lot of people on this call have been, as well as myself, you'll see that it's all ice right now. It's hard to even walk. You definitely can't cross-country ski right now, I would say, very well. And, unless you have studs on your bike, you're not going to be riding the trails very easily right now. But I will say we'll definitely take a look at not drastically changing the trails, but we will take a look at some of those areas that people have identified. For instance, the Fox Den, some of the environmental concerns that people have brought up. We'll definitely take a look at those areas and make appropriate changes if needed.
Mayor, could I ask Assistant Director Anderson a question?
Yep, go ahead.
Acknowledge, validate the constituents, the residents' concerns that maybe the way that they felt was that kind of a decision was made and it wasn't perhaps communicated the way that it should have been. I'm not criticizing the Parks Department, but perhaps the process that this played out with. Do you acknowledge, that those are valid concerns for the neighbors to have?
I guess, are you asking me if I think that the process that we did was, I guess, what are you asking?
Okay, no, I'm not putting you on the spot, James. We have this personal conversation, but here's the thing. In regards to the survey and the public meeting, the neighborhood had they said that the survey was sent out to 40 some people, right? And how many people received the survey for that neighborhood meeting that we had? Not the survey, the
40. Yeah, 44 residents received the postcard with the invite in their mailbox. And that's consistent upon the same, what we do with any changes, whether it's community and economic development or other, departments. We sent it out within a certain range of the park. So that's consistent on what we do with, anything like this. Yes.
Yeah, and we discussed that. I think a lot of the alders here have discussed that through the years. When things like this happen to a neighborhood park, we need to find a better way. And so COVID caused a lot of that. 44 neighbors were involved. To have the chain, the little pebble in the pond and the ripple out to more people in the neighborhood, it's harder to do to the level of, say, a biker group with 2,000 bikers that get a Facebook post. So what I'm saying is, you understand how the neighborhood could feel. Perhaps their level of awareness wasn't to the level that the bikers group's level.
Sure. I get what you're saying in general, but I do believe that, like I said, on the trial period that we had and what we had to deal with, the Christmas and holiday season in there, and also the timeline, actually what we did essentially worked, because you see how many people showed up, you see how many people are talking about it. So essentially the trial period did work in my view, because I've never received, like I said in Park Committee, personally, I've never received this much input from almost any other community, and I've been with the city for 13 years. So whatever we did actually did work, because it got people talking and it got people out there in awareness to what we're doing. So in general, I do think it worked.
No, it's good to hear. I mean, so you and I will talk about that offline because I think there's still more work to do in regards to this issue. But you're reasonable is what I'm getting at. You know, like everyone I talk to is reasonable. A lot of times right now we're so divided as a culture. I just want everyone to know that the discussions we had are almost, I shouldn't say almost, they are entirely reasonable with everyone. So thank you.
All right. Well, we have had a very robust discussion here. Alder Brunette, could you just repeat your motion?
Yeah, and I think I have kind of a bit of a scribble, but I'm thinking the motion was to continue biking use as historically available park and extend the quote unquote trial of expanded biking to May 15th, 2021, under the condition that the Parks Department and the user groups make no permanent or hard to reverse changes to the existing trails, vegetation, habitats, and for the Parks Department to continue to locate another fat tire bike destination on the west side of Green Bay.
Okay.
And then I believe the kicker there was that they would continue to report to the Parks Department monthly from now until May.
The Parks Committee?
Parks Committee, correct. Yes, sir.
All right. Do we still have that second from Alder Gerlach?
And I would like to speak. I have my button pushed.
Yep, we've got a few in the queue here.
Okay.
We will go, well, since you've seconded, we'll go to you, Alder Gerlach, and then I'll get to everybody else here.
Okay, and I'll try not to talk too long. Alder Brunette and I are both on the Parks Committee, and we want to agree and we want to work together. And I did not want to. I did oppose his motion at the committee, and I didn't want to because this is his district and he knows this park and I don't. But what I have seen is that everybody loves this park. And everybody wants all these wonderful outdoor recreation activities to continue. And we don't have a typical situation here where people are accusing each other of doing bad things or anything like that. They simply want the park to be preserved. And what I appreciate, the things I appreciate about this motion from Alder Brunette, which I will absolutely support, are first of all, it gives our professional parks people a chance to do more analysis and study. And that's important. They're the ones who know what they're doing. They're trained for this. And I like that we're going to be reporting back to the Parks Committee. A really, really important thing, and I hope everyone is noticing this, is that in this motion, Alder Brunette is asking for the Parks Department to search for a long-term solution. I said, I don't know this park, but I've looked at that map and it does scare me a little bit. It looks pretty crowded. And I don't think if we're really going to grow biking in Green Bay, which I think we should, I don't think Hinestra Park is the long-term solution. And I've been told there is no other site on the west side. I absolutely don't buy that. I just don't believe that. We just haven't found it yet, even if it means partnering with someone else. I mean, even if it means asking the Oneida Nation if they want to partner with us to make a biking venue. We need recreational activities that will continue to attract a young professional workforce. And this is a wonderful opportunity. So yes, continue to study what we can do in Hinestra Park, do what we can in Hinestra Park, but let's find a good solution long-term. And thank you, Alder Brunette, for that motion.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to congratulate Director Ditchite and Assistant Director James Anderson on your Leslie Knope moment. So for anybody who's a Parks and Rec fan, you know, this is kind of a routinely watch that show and you're like, gosh, nobody ever shows up for these meetings. And here we have an example of an issue that has really galvanized a lot of community members who are very passionate about the park system here in Green Bay. And I think that's wonderful to see. You know, personally, I'm a huge trail advocate. I use them routinely all over the place. And so I feel like I kind of understand the issue fairly well. And as we walk through this process, I'm going to support Alder Brunette's motion because I feel like it's a reasonable compromise caveat, and that caveat is that I would prefer not to see the access lapse. And so and I don't think, meaning that I would like to see council make a decision one way or the other before that May 15th deadline, and that we take care of the business we need to take care of over the next couple of months. And through that process, I think it's really important that we really separate facts from perception. And I think there are a number of things that have been shared throughout this process that I trust staff will explore, things like, the erosion of the trails, the vegetation damage, the habitats, all the way to things like unleashed pets. Is that an enforcement issue that we need to address? And so I think that there are a number of things there that it's going to be really important that we address as we go through this process. Every community, I think, is in this battle for talent right now. And you're trying to create amenities that attract residents to your community and amenities that people want and are demanding. And I think it's evidenced that biking is really a growing thing. You're looking at what Dr. Shriza had talked about over in Ledgeview. A property that's 10 acres smaller than this particular park, but is proposing 5 to 10 times more mileage in trails. And so now I'm not suggesting we do that at Henisra, but what I am suggesting is that different skill levels are necessary when you're talking about parks. And I don't think that this park needs to be that intermediate or that high level skill level, but at 1.8 miles, it does offer that entry level, elevation changes. Something that is very desirable by the bikers. And in fact, I think most of the feedback that I received is actually from neighborhood residents who are bikers that use the park a lot, advocating for how accessible and how easy it is to get to the park and use it. One of the responsibilities of the parks is really to be responsive and relevant. And that's exactly what they've done here. They were asked to figure out, how do we grow usage in our parks? This is an underutilized park. Can we figure out different ways to do that? And they really did what was asked of them. But I think now, we do this all the time, right? Where we adapt usage of parks. I think of the growth in demand for pickleball courts, and we took out some tennis courts, replace them with pickleball courts. And so we have to respond to changing market conditions as well. And biking has grown in popularity all across the country, but especially here in Green Bay. And I think that's something that we need to respond to. So I like the fact that we're continuing to look at other alternatives, but we're continuing to maintain access to the trail right now as it stands while we can figure some of this stuff out. So I am going to support the motion, and I look forward to the continued dialogue. I think everybody's brought to the table some really important points to consider. And I think it's important that we continue to work together to find a solution so that all users can have access to these trails.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Dorf.
I no longer need to speak. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Galvin. Alder Galvin.
Mayor.
Alder Stoyer.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was going to ask Director Ditchite or Director Anderson, I just had a couple quick questions on the map. Is there any way to bring the map up onto the screen?
No.
I don't want to drag it out too much longer, but I just...
No, I don't think so, Alder Stoyer.
Okay. All right. Well, I did go to the park on Sunday and did walk, for about an hour and a half, trying to get a feel for the park. And I know some of the other alders have done that as well. I think it is important that, members do take a look at these things when you can. It was icy. I ended up taking the green trail, which is basically from Lombardi Middle School parking lot area all the way over till I ran into the orange bike trail. And it was very interesting. There's a lot of topography. The signage was iffy, to say the least. I had a hard time kind of following there was nobody else there. So I had a pretty good feel for it. I know there are concerns saying, with this multi-use, that there could be an issue and a problem. I noticed on a couple of the big hills, I went on a couple of large hills, And I was trying to imagine what would it be like me walking there and then having bikes come over the top. And that would be a concern. There were maybe 2 or 3 areas that I thought there would be an issue. And I did take some pictures of that I can share in the future. You know, some things were brought up. In fact, you know, Alder Burnett brought up the fact that I had brought this up on the behalf of some constituents some time ago, and he had to refresh my memory on that. And these people now are somewhat against it. And I guess my points were, you know, some of the constituents mentioned that, you know, for a good workout, a fat tire bike might have to go around a trail 5 times in order to get the full benefit. So it's not like you're going around once. So, you know, that's an issue. But then, you know, Heather Gentry brought up the fact that, you know, 9 times out of 365 days a year, these fat tire bike groups use the trails. Now, is there a way to say that, well, 9 times a year is fine? You know, it's a free country. You might want to do it 10 times, 30 times, who knows? So those are issues I think that need to be talked about. I had some citizens say that there were reports of folks throwing screws and other debris on the trails to deter some of the bikers. I hope that's not true. You know, the natural areas that I saw, you know, will the Parks Department clean up some of the brush and trees that encroach on the trails? And some people want to keep it natural. Dogs off the leash, that's a big problem. Better signage, like I said. I also have talked to some people and they said, what about the possibility of teaming up with Brown County or the Oneida Nation? You know, have them involved as well. I think as Alder Gerlach said, I think there's room. You know, I know that park committee, they said, well, there are no other areas on the west side. The west side is a huge area. And I think that there could be some other areas. You know, to build a brand new park would be very expensive. But I can see that, you know, with the private and public sector, I think that we could do some good things. So I appreciate Alder Burnett bringing up his motion. I think it's a good compromise. And to report every month to the Parks Department is important. Many citizens know about this now. You know, more so than I thought, and I'm glad that they're all engaged in this. I know the council is engaged in this as well. So I will support Alder Burnett's motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder Galvin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry, I had a little problem with bandwidth. I used to live out in the 12th district, and for years I used the Penistra Park. In fact, my first biking venture there was probably over 35 years ago. And I've been walking my dog there until it passed away recently for the last 13 years. Beautiful park. And I have been impressed with the improvements that I've seen that the park department has done with some of the trails there. And I appreciate what they've done because, as we all know, park department tends to operate on a kind of a shoestring budget. And for them to be able to do what they've been able to do, I think is pretty impressive. As one observer earlier said, I do have concerns about the trails, the markings, and the maps. That's been a big concern of mine for years, both with this park and with Baird's Creek. It's very hard to follow them. I tried following one of them the other day, some of the new trails, and I ended up totally off the trail and then on another colored trail. So I agree with the extension. I'd like to see it permanently in place, but I would like to see the park department do as good a job as possible with getting the trails properly marked so there is no confusion. And then as to people complaining about the bikes, my biggest complaint has been dogs off leash in that park. That's been my biggest complaint. And the enforcement is going to be difficult at best. I don't know how you station a enforcement officer in a 55-acre site waiting for that person to come through with their dog off leash. I think they're going to have to get more inventive, maybe put up some trail cameras in the parking lot to see if they can identify the people and their pets as they get out of the cars with the dog off leash and get a license plate number and follow up with warnings and that from there. But I think this is a great idea. It's a beautiful park. And I'm not sure if I agree. As I understand the lay of the land on the west side, I'm not sure if there is that much land available to set up other bike trails that are off-road. That's why I've been a big advocate ever since I was elected of more bike trails, teaming up with our city streets so that people can get out and about with their bikes on the city streets or get to other areas where they do have off-street bike trails. But I think that's where we need to be looking as a community to get people healthier, get people who are more involved with these sports, and give them places to go and interact with each other. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. So we do have a motion and a second.
One quick comment, Mayor, if I could, real quick. I won't take long.
Yeah,
I did have a discussion with Mr. Anderson at the Parks Department, and it is possible there may, I'm not going to say where, but there may be some park possibilities or land on the west side that was recently identified as a potential location. So the idea why I included that in the motion is that, maybe with a couple, locations, Henos or on this other site, that the number of bikers maybe disperse a little bit evenly, or, at least some of the higher volume doesn't necessarily go entirely to Henos Raw. So Alder Galvin, loud and clear, I hear you. And I think there are some possibilities.
Thanks, Alder. All in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Thanks again to everybody from the public for coming out and testifying. Thanks also, though, to our Parks Department, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Ditchite, for all the work that they've devoted to this. This is not an easy thing to do, inviting public input and making some needed changes to our parks. So really appreciate all that work. On to the report of the Personnel Committee.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Alder Dorff, seconded by Alder Scannell to approve Report T, which is the report of the Personnel Committee from the meeting on January 12, 2021. Any items here to be handled separately? Hearing none, all in favor of approving that report, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved. On to report of the Ethics Board.
Move to approve.
I am going to turn things over to Deputy Attorney Bungert to give us a little bit of an overview here.
Mayor, this is Alter Vanderleest. I'd like to recuse myself, and I'm not going to be doing any voting. Okay.
Very well. Thanks, Alder. Attorney Bungert?
Yes. Oops, accidentally turned off my video. Okay. So just wanted to kind of briefly go over some procedural matters before we move forward. Just wanted to note that the matter in general is judicial in nature. The Ethics Board held the hearing, testimony and evidence was presented, and upon that, the board deliberated, rendered its decision and its decision of dismissal, and also issued written findings of fact and conclusions of law, which is up for confirmation by the council. So the council can either accept, remand the findings, and vote up or down on the board's decision. Can consider the findings of fact and conclusions of law, the written objections that were filed by the complainant in opposition to the findings of fact, and then written arguments that were filed by the parties in support of and in opposition to the written objections. Council can ask questions of the party and of Attorney Bill Van de Castle, who's the chair of Ethics Board, who's in attendance this evening. But the questions do have to be limited in scope to the record before you, which includes the report, the objection, and the written argument. Need given, no additional evidence can be presented. There's not going to be any oral arguments that are presented, as council previously voted in December to have written arguments presented in lieu of oral. Once council is done, then we can move into closed session for council to deliberate and then take action on the report and the items and the dismissals in open session. To ensure that any due process, or to ensure that all due process considerations are protected, any conflicts and biases need to be stated for the record. As a summary, alders have to recuse themselves when they are actually biased with regards to a particular matter before them, if there's an impermissibly high risk of bias, or if an alder has prejudged the matter and is not able to make a fair and impartial decision on it. Generally, alders have to decide for themselves whether the alder is biased and is unable to be impartial. However, when there is a serious risk of bias existing, recusal is required, as in a situation when an alder is one of the parties of the matter being considered. Also, any alders that have participated as witnesses in the matter, should also state on the record their conflict and their participation as such, and state whether they can reach an impartial and fair decision on the issue. Recusal under statements of conflict can be accomplished by a point of order before the discussions begin. Alder Vanderleest already has put in his recusal for the matter. And if any other alders want to recuse themselves or provide any conflicts or statements of conflict, the time to do so would be now.
Yes, I would like to recuse myself.
Mr. Mayor?
Alder Brunette is requesting recusal. Alder LaFave?
I got a question for Attorney, sorry, I'm late. Attorney Bungard. Yes. If I should recuse myself, I've known John Vanderleest a long time. He was my electrician for years. I don't know if that's something that might cause a problem.
It's sufficient for you to state that on the record, which you've done so. And ultimately, Alder LaFave, it's up to you to decide whether you can still make an impartial decision, a fair and impartial decision. If you feel that you can still make that decision, then recusal is not required. If you feel that the nature of your relationship and your acquaintanceship with the alder impedes your ability to make a fair judgment, then you would need to recuse yourself.
I don't think I need to recuse myself. I think I can make a fair judgment from what I've been reading in the what we have before us. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Thanks, Alder.
So with that, if we have no other statements, then I can turn this over to Attorney Vandecastle, who, like I mentioned before, is the chair of the ethics board, so he can go over some of the main points of the board's decision.
Great. Thank you, Attorney Bungert. Attorney Vandecastle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and alders. As chair of the ethics board, I was asked to be here tonight to provide a brief summary of the ethics board's proceedings related to the April 2020 complaint filed by Mr. Knight against Alder Vanderleest. And I will do that, and I'm also happy to answer any questions that you might have. In doing so, I would caution that because there is an appeal has been taken from the ethics board decision that you have before you, my remarks regarding these proceedings and discussion will probably be somewhat tempered, and I would certainly defer to Attorney Bungert as if I get too far out of line here, she can reel me back in. So in terms of a brief summary, last spring, so this started in April of 2020, when Mr. Knight filed a complaint against Alder Vanderleest under the provisions of the city's code of conduct. As you're aware, two principal areas of jurisdiction. The first being the city, and then the second being the city's code of conduct for elected officials. Mr. Knight's complaint was strictly within the conflict for elected officials, so that's what we were limited to. Again, generally, Mr. Knight's complaint alleged that Alder Vanderleest violated the code of conduct in regard to the administration of Alder Vanderleest's Facebook page. I'm not going to go into the specifics of Mr. Knight's factual allegations because an important part of this is the ethics board never got to a hearing on those factual allegations. As set out in the ethics board's findings and decision, this matter was decided on the basis of really the underlying substantive legal issues that were presented to the board. Procedurally, after Mr. Knight's complaint was approved by the clerk's office and sent on to the ethics board for our review, as is the usual process, the board scheduled an initial appearance, and we do this routinely to set up a time to get all the parties together, to look at our calendars and set a time for a hearing for the trial phase of this. But prior to that initial appearance date, Mr. Knight and Alder Vanderleest, through his attorney Rob Miller, filed a number of motions related to the complaint. And that's where this really got started from our perspective. And I believe throughout the course of the proceedings, there were 6, possibly 7 different motions filed by the parties and responses to those motions. So as a consequence of all of that, the initial appearance date on this matter was used as a scheduling conference to set a deadline for the parties to file any new motions that they had, and also to file any responses to the other side's motions. And again, there were several new motions that were filed, and there were also several responses to the existing motions that were filed. The effect of these motions and their responses required the board not only to review those motions and address the complex legal aspects that those issues raised, but it also required the board to address all those issues before there could be a hearing on the actual facts of Mr. Knight's complaint. And at this point, just let me say that in my nearly 20 years of service to the Ethics Board, these proceedings were by far the most complicated legal issues that we've ever dealt with as a board. There were a number of issues, both constitutional and related to the code of ethics. And I also want to state at this point a thank you to the members of the board for the amount of time spent in this. There were hours and hours of time dealing with this, including that hearing that we had just on the motions was over 2 hours long to give the parties a chance to address the board. But in the end, based on the nature of the complaint and the motions filed by the parties, as well as their subsequent presentations to the board at that hearing date, the board determined after extensive deliberation that the substance of Mr. Knight's complaint was ultimately beyond the scope of the authority given by this council to the ethics board under the code of conduct. And I can get into the more details of that if you have any questions, but essentially the nature of Mr. Knight's complaint gave the ethics board the ability to considerably expand the scope of its authority under the code of conduct. And that was Mr. Knight's request, essentially. In the end, however, as is laid out in the findings and decision, there was unanimous approval by the board that the board decided and determined only to look at the plain language of the code of conduct and to not attempt to interpret the council's intent beyond that plain language. And it was decided not to expand our oversight authority under the code, but simply limited to what it was stated in the code to be our authority. And as a result, as is laid out again in detail in the findings and decision, the board unanimously decided not to expand its scope and to recommend to the council the dismissal of Mr. Knight's complaint on the ground that the substance of that complaint was beyond the scope of the authority given by the council to the board to address ethics issues related to elected officials. So with that, I mean, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to attempt to interpret all of this in light of what's gone on subsequent to our decision.
Well, thank you, Attorney Vandecastle. And I have to say, you and your fellow board members deserve some kind of special gold star for citizenship, for hearing all of these questions and for weighing in on them in such a professional way. So especially to you as chair, I want to extend my thanks for dealing with this question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any questions for Mr. Vandecastle?
Mayor, I have a point of order first.
Alder Stoyer?
As far as recusal, I'm thinking that I might have to as well. I have, I know Alder Vanderleest very well, and I have had some business dealings with Mr. Knight as well. So I feel kind of conflicted, and I just wanted to make sure if Attorney Bungert would listen to that and see if that's fine. I don't know. I just feel that there might be some.
Yes. So situations where recusal is required is when bias absolutely exists, when you are when there's a direct financial interest at play, where you will be personally benefited directly in one way or another, or if you feel that you cannot make an impartial decision on the matter. So just having a relationship with someone or having an acquaintanceship with someone may not necessarily lead to required recusal. At that point, it is up to the individual to decide whether you can still make a fair and impartial judgment. If you feel that despite your implications that you've stated for the record, you can still make a fair and impartial decision, then recusal is required.
Well, I guess in my case, there's a nonprofit I belong to that has had some financial dealings with his group, and we we're working on things together financially. So it's not a initial benefit to myself, but to my nonprofit, there's a bit of that. So I do feel a little torn about that, and I think I need to recuse myself.
All right, that is noted. That is noted, Alder. Any questions for Attorney Vandecastle? Any desire to go into closed session? Seeing no one. Alder Johnson?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I do have a question for Mr. Vandecastle. As I'm looking at the initial complaint, obviously the complaint regarding deletion of comments and other things of that nature. And obviously we've drawn the conclusion that I believe, the way that this is framed is that it's kind of because social media is not specifically called out in the code of conduct. It kind of falls outside of the scope of your jurisdiction, responsibility, oversight. The thing that comes to mind for me, however, and I just want to get your perspective on this so that I've got a clean. I mean, clearly it would be difficult for any code of conduct to document every possible instance of misconduct that could occur. So how would you respect?
Again, as we've addressed this over the years, we've specifically looked at what the council gave us to work with, and you're correct that it would be, I think, impossible to address every issue that could possibly come up. But I think in drafting this, and I've been around long enough that I worked with Attorney Wakowitz and Attorney Mueller from the law department over the years when this was being put together to do some of the drafts of this. It is, I think some choices were made when it was put together to focus on certain areas. I think there's discussion ongoing of revisiting all of that. But at the time it was drafted, there were certain areas of focus that you can see by looking at the code. And so it doesn't really go to all issues that could possibly come up. I just think that probably people smarter than me could come up with some better ideas on this, but it is limited to the direction that the council at the time gave to us to deal with. You certainly have it's the city's code of conduct for elected officials, so you have the right to change it, modify it, and rechange the focus. But frankly, I think it's a fairly decent starting point from what we have, but there is certainly room for improvement and areas that you could change the focus on. So I don't know that I've necessarily answered your question, but we're really limited by what the council gave us to do.
Brian,
to be honest, we struggle with that every time we have one of these issues.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderkessel. Alder Johnson, did you have anything further?
Mayor?
Yeah, just checking with Alder Johnson to see if you had anything further.
Sorry, I was muted. No, I'm good.
Okay, Alder Galvin?
I just wanted to tell Brian that, and the rest of the council, we struggled with this on the committee. And we went back and forth, and we looked at various different angles, the different sections that were cited. And basically that's what we came up with. We could extend out what we felt the purpose initially was for the rules that were in place. But I think you start going out on a diving board in the high dive when you start doing that. And so the final decision was we would just look at actually what we could apply it to. And there just wasn't, we think maybe back then when it was being put together, people weren't thinking about Facebook pages and Twitter accounts and things like that. That's not to say that Mr. Knight certainly can't go and take his complaint to other courts of record if he wishes to, but we just felt in the end that the code that we have just doesn't apply to this. And so we in essence couldn't take any action. And that's why I think a couple of other alders are requesting to have the code looked at and revamped. And it started out, I think, at one time as a pretty good code, but as time has progressed, we've seen some of its weaknesses, and we've seen some of the problems that can cause us trying to come to decisions. And that's why I think it is good that the law department is looking at it and trying to get it updated and revamped. Thank you.
Mayor, if I could ask a follow-up question to Alder Galvin.
Yeah, go ahead, Alder.
If that's permitted. Alder Galvin, you mentioned, and I'd love to get your take on this. So you mentioned the point about higher court could potentially take up this issue. And specifically, Mr. Knight has called out the court case, I believe, that involved the Twitter account of President Trump. So if I'm understanding you correctly, and I want to make sure that I'm in the same frame of mind that the ethics board is coming from. What you guys are saying is that there could potentially be a violation as it relates to that constitutional ruling. However, that's outside of the purview of the code of conduct that the city council has adopted. So therefore, if Mr. Knight wants to pursue some level of relief, he'll have to take it through that court system, and that you guys, meaning the ethics board, really doesn't have that level of jurisdiction. Would that be a correct assessment?
Exactly. That's it exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Any further comments or questions? All right, seeing none, we did have a motion, I think by Alder Dorf, seconded by Alder Scannell, was it, to adopt the report?
Motion by Alder Scannell, second by Alder Dorf.
Thank you, Assistant Director Manley, for that. Any further discussion?
Mayor, just a point of clarification. Is this for the entire report, or is this just for item 1?
It was made initially for the entire report.
Okay, thank you.
If there's a desire to split them up, we could certainly do that. But the motion was made for the report. Okay, so we do have a motion and a second. We do have a couple of recusals noted. All in favor of adopting the report will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the report of the Ethics Board is adopted. Thanks again to Mr. Vanderkessel and all members of our Ethics Committee and our Law Department as well. I know it's taken up a lot of work on everybody's part there, so appreciate it. On to report of the Sustainability Commission.
Motion to approve.
Motion made by Alder Dorf, seconded by Alder Scannell. Any discussion? All in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The December 16, 2020 report has been adopted. Receive and place on file.
Move to receive and place on file.
Motion has been made to receive and place on file by Alder Dorf, seconded by Alder Scannell. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Resolutions.
Motion to suspend the rules?
Second.
It's been a
You
motion.
may, under suspension of the rules, adopt resolutions 1 through 9 with one roll call vote.
A motion has been made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Dorf to suspend the rules and take up items 1 through 9 with one roll call vote. All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Darn.
Opposed, nay. The ayes
Mr.
have it.
Mayor,
The rules are suspended. Yes, Alder LaFave.
on number, I'm going to vote, I want to vote no on number 7. Sorry.
Okay, we can note that.
Mayor, I need to be recorded as
Also vote no on
abstaining.
number 7 as well. Alder Vanderleest.
Okay. Alder Vanderleest and Alder LaFave want it noted that they're voting no on
Likewise, Alder Weary.
number 7. Same request for Alder Weary. And there's an abstention requested by Alder Johnson for same item?
Correct.
Okay. Hearing that, any discussion? Okay.
Now we have to
I'll entertain a motion to adopt resolutions 1 through 9.
We
move
didn't
to
vote
adopt.
on, did we vote on?
What we did.
Oh, we didn't. Did we? Yeah, we
Yeah.
voted. We did.
Yes.
Getting really late.
Motion to adopt.
Too late. I already said that, but
Motion has been made by
Second.
Alder Dorf, seconded by Alder Scannell to adopt resolutions 1 through 9. And we will use the board.
Just think, we used to start our meetings at 7:30. It would be 1 a.m. right now.
wouldn't that be great?
Oh, that would be wonderful. Yeah.
So, Mr. Mayor, I would vote yes.
Yes, let me
But
just.
noted my no on.
Yes, is that acceptable, Attorney Bungert, to handle it that way? As
Why don't we treat number 7 separately?
we could certainly do that.
I think because we suspended the rules to take it all up as one item. If we're going, it kind of complicates things.
Okay. We could certainly just exclude item 7.
Motion to reconsider.
Yeah, motion to
We
reconsider.
could reconsider the suspension of the rules and then just vote to approve the items that everybody wants to approve with one vote. And then for the exception of number 7, and then have a separate board or roll call on item number 7. I think that might be the cleanest thing for the record.
Sounds good. So we do have a motion to reconsider made by Alder Johnson,
Second.
seconded by Alder Dorf. All in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The item is up for reconsideration. So I would entertain a motion to suspend the rules and take up items 1 through 6 and 8 and 9.
So move.
So move.
Motion made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder LaFave to take up those items with one roll call vote. All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The rules are.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
So we have a motion to adopt resolutions 1 through 6 and 8 and 9. That's been made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Dorf. We will use the board.
Vote aye, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder.
Mayor, I vote aye as well.
Thanks, Alder Story.
Alder LaFave, has it come on your screen?
I voted. It didn't record it. I voted it. I voted.
I apologize, it didn't record.
Okay.
How would you like to be recorded, Alder LaFave?
Yes.
Thank you. And those are unanimous, 12-0.
Motion to adopt number 7.
Yes, we will use the board. Motion's been made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Dorf. And Alder Johnson has noted his abstention.
I'm a nay, Mayor. on number 7.
Thank you, Alder Vanderleest.
And me as well.
Thank you, Alder.
Alder LaFave?
Apparently it's not coming through. I didn't know.
So the resolution is adopted 7-4 with 1 abstention. On to ordinance's first reading. Entertain a motion
to advance.
Advance.
Moves to
advance.
Second.
We have a motion by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Dorf to advance item 1. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Need a roll call on that, I believe, Mayor.
What?
Do we need a roll call on that?
Not on the first reading.
Okay, then I need to be logged as abstaining.
Okay, thank you, Alder Johnson. A vote. Any opposed there? All right, the abstention is noted. The ayes have it, and this item has been advanced to final adoption. Petitions and communications.
I have 3. I have 1, Mayor.
Alder Stoyer, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Often repetitious, so if we find out later, so I'll read it anyhow. It's the parks to communicate with Brown County on the feasibility for a county or regional fat tire bike outdoor park on the west side of Green Bay.
Your Honor, the park is taking that up with Alder Burnett's communication that says that he's looking.
I was wondering if I was spinning the wheel on that.
You're spinning the wheel, I believe. I don't think it's necessary.
I'll put your wheel back.
Okay.
Thank you, Alder Stoyer.
I have a question, Mayor.
Yes, I'll do that.
Not a communication, but what Alder Stoyer was mentioning, he said Brown County. Was that part of the? I didn't think that was part of.
We didn't talk about that before. We didn't talk. Well, we didn't. We kind of intimated it, but we didn't really talk about the Brown County actually getting involved. Is that something that the Parks Department would automatically look at?
The Parks Department will look at all possibilities. No, neither is mentioned. Brown County was mentioned. I'm sure maybe we can even check with the state or I'm sure the Parks Department will leave no leaf unturned.
And I saw Alder Burnett nodding his head, so I'm fine with that.
Okay. Any other communications?
3.
Alder Burnett. Sorry.
You can do one.
All 3 go to protection and policy. First is for discussion with possible action on a draft resolution written by titled Resolution in Support of Green Bay Area Public School District Students and Parents and Teachers and Employees in urging the school board and administration to transition quickly but safely toward an in-person option for all students. That's the first one. Second one, for an update, discussion, and possible action on the status of all open records requests received by the city from November 1st to until the date of the Protection and Policy Committee meeting. And then finally, also Protection and Policy for discussion with possible action on a request of City Council President Jesse Brunette to seek an outside attorney-client privilege legal opinion for discernment on options to balance the incredibly important need for public disclosure and transparency with the need to protect the city against potential liability.
Thanks, Alder. Any other communications?
That's a weird one.
Okay. Hearing none. Entertain a motion.
Motion to refer.
Second. Motion made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stevens to refer all late petitions and communications to the proper authority. All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay.
Let's see. Let's move to reconsider
Adjournment. Alder
Motion to adjourn.
Motion made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Dorf. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Bye.
Bye.
Sweet dreams.
Thanks, everybody.
Good night. Thank
Go Pack,
you.
go. Go Pack, go.
Goodbye. Let's go.